Hello future tech leaders, I am Sindhuja. Based on my own experience, I know that learning the right skills can shape our future. What if I say learning was as thrilled as the tech world itself? There we go. At CloudFoundation, that's exactly what you will experience. From day one, you will be immersed in the interactive sessions and expert-led courses that covers most of the widely used technologies in the zone of data science to cloud computing, which brings more light to the life of a techie. I'm so excited to help you and unlock the true potential of a technology. Well, then why to wait? Let's see what it unfolds.
We'll start with not with healthcare. We'll start with couple of basic terms. When we say we are here to learn a standard, group of rules which will be adhered by a group of people, companies or hospitals. In this case, we will talk about hospitals. I will say a set of rules which will be adhered by hospitals. Now we'll talk about why do we need a standard. What it actually means is, let's say there is an app 1 which is built. There is application 2 which is built. Now considering this application works on JSON and this application also works on JSON. Now if you talk about, let's say this application is for patient registration. Patient registration is nothing but admitting a patient within the application, or you can consider it's an insert query within your database. Let's consider this. I'm not writing the exact, we'll do it. As of now, don't worry about how I am writing the JSON structure. This is just for reference. Let's say now this is app 1 which is built and it accepts a payload. When I say payload, it is nothing but a data. It accepts a payload which is something in this sort, and this, if you send a payload of this sort to app 1, it will register a patient. Now considering app 2, what app 2 has done is app 2 has created. It will also work on JSON, but is it important that it also has MRN as an attribute? It's a different application. It might have a different architect. For example, Sahil is architect for app 1, FHIR is architect for app 2. That is where Sahil for medical record number abbreviation looks good, and FHIR on the other hand side said I am looking for smaller attribute values. That is where MRN was brought into picture. Now Sahil, what he did was, rather than saying, now the problem over here is nobody knows Sahil is the first name or K is the first name. What he did is he brought it as an object, and within this, he has given a device that asks if all source estimated traditions. A family will not write more attributes. Considering this, I am talking about only 2 applications. If you look into the healthcare industry, every hospital and every company which is working in healthcare, they are building their own healthcare applications. Considering this, how many payloads do you think will be there? There will be a lot of payloads which will be part of per application and which will be consumed by the application that the data contract is met. Now, if the interoperability needs to be achieved between multiple applications, let's say there is a hospital. Now let's consider there is Apollo Hospital. Apollo Hospital needs to integrate with application 1 and application 2. In this case, what needs to happen if considering Apollo is integrating with app 1? First, they will have to build a contract which will be something like this, and if they are integrating with app 2, they have to build a contract which will be looking in this front. If there is a standard, What is going to happen is the standard will tell you what attribute sets are required. Let's say this is a key. I will just say M1N here. Let's consider there is a standard which is created an application. A person who is building or a company who is building that application is adhering to that standard. Do you think the interoperability use cases can be achieved faster? Standard means it's a set of rules which has to be adhered by a group of other app hospitals, so just like HL7. Then in that case it is yes. That is where we are going to learn couple of healthcare standards. We will talk about what we are going to learn. We are going to learn a couple of healthcare standards, CSS, V2 and FHIR. These are the two healthcare standards we are going to learn. Now, very important part. Are there any other standards? We will definitely look into it. We'll talk about one thing which is LSN or. Anybody knows what is this? That is the organization which is publishing the standard. That is perfectly correct statement. It's a public organization who is working towards improving the healthcare interoperability standards, and they have some of the standards, and the first standard they adopted was or created was HL7 V2. And there are other standards also which are there, which are within HL7. Okay, which is next is FHIR. Another one is CDA. Another one is V3. We would talk about in brief, not in brief about CD and V3, but we will definitely talk about HL7, V2 and V3. But are there any other healthcare standards which prevail in the market which are not adopted by HL7? The answer is yes. The answer is EDI store is one of the standard. There is a DCOM standard which is also there. We will definitely look into all of these. We will first look into Indian healthcare versus US healthcare. This is where I want someone to explain me if anybody has recently visited the hospital. What did they do? What were the steps they followed? For example, let's say you went to the hospital, you spoke at the registration desk, something they might have asked you to do. Then you might have met your primary care provider, which is your doctor. Then you might have said something. Let's say that you have a viral fever and doctor have asked you some tests. How did you perform those tests? And report might have come. How did you showcase those reports to the doctor? Then, looking at the report, doctor said this is a viral fever. You have to take antibiotics. How was that antibiotic prescribed to you? And then you went to pharmacy and then taking the medications. Anybody who can explain, let's consider it's a dummy patient, Jodo. If Jodo is visiting Indian hospital, you can tell me what steps he might have followed. I actually have a newborn at home. My experience of recently visiting a hospital is they asked me to fill a form. When I entered a hospital, they asked me to fill a form and it was a hard copy form. I filled that form and they did a patient registration. In this case, it was my newborn. They did a patient registration and then talking about whatever you told is correct. Then whenever we go to a doctor, whenever doctor came, he asked for a blood test. He will write it on a piece of paper. That is what I did it for my wife also. Every time we had a monthly regular checkup, the doctor was asking, this is the blood test you need to perform on this date. They used to write it on a piece of paper. I used to go to the laboratory. When I go to the laboratory, my wife will give the blood sample. The sample giving of blood sample is known as a specimen. It's a healthcare terminology. Please make a note of it, specimen. When the specimen is collected by the lab technician, the lab technician will process that lab blood test and report will come back. Report will come back. I will take the print of the report and I will showcase it to the doctor. Doctor will look at the report and will prescribe the medications and will also be written on a piece of paper. I will showcase it to the pharmacy. Pharmacy will give me the medications and then I will go back home. We will not talk more about discharge and all. This is very basic of how Indian healthcare is working. It is all with respect to the physical documentation, where you will have to carry the piece of prescription or the report, hard copies of the report, and then the doctor will prescribe you the medications. But in context of US, I might not know how they take the patient details, but considering this is a hospital, patient visits the hospital. Now, once the patient gives the details, now let it be the patient is telling the details about him or her. Once the patient gives the details, whether it's a hard copy or directly to the software. Now these details are registered in Now. Make a note of couple of terms. People might call it as Hospital Information System. People might call it as EMR, which is Electronic Medical Record, or HR, Electronic Health Record. Now considering it is a hospital and hospital is using a hospital information system once the patient details are captured. And now you're going and talking to the primary care provider. This is a primary care provider. You just have to tell, this is my details. This is my name. Doctor will have software and he can pull up your records here. It is all electronical. Doctor can pull up your record. Now let's say the doctor needs to prescribe a blood test. In the CPU, in the hospital information system, there is a module. Ordering module is actually known as CPOE, Coded Physician Order Entry. Once the doctor opens that module, let's say this is the patient, this is where he selected blood test and this is, he said sent. This blood test will be sent to a laboratory. Now this is a laboratory. Laboratory, when you will go, you don't have to carry any hard copies. You just have to say, I am patient Jodo or this is my MN. Doctor has prescribed a blood test. They would be able to pull up what is the blood test prescribed. And they will take the specimen once the specimen is taken. Over here, they will send the report back. The report will be sent directly to the primary care provider within the hospital information system. Once the report is sent back, then you just have to go and meet your primary care provider. You just say, I have given the specimen. The report is already out. Can you please look into the report and tell me what is the next step? Doctor will look into the report. Now let's say the report looks like you have a viral fever. Doctor will prescribe you a couple of medications, antibiotics, painkillers, whatever. Once this medication has been provided, it will be done in the pharmacy module. There are different modules which are present within the hospital information system. We will talk about the basic ones because you might not be working on the application building. You might be more with respect to the integration part of it. Now, once the prescription is triggered, it will go to the pharmacy. You just have to again go to the pharmacy and tell this is my name. Doctor has prescribed me a couple of medications. Can you dispatch it? He will look into the prescribed medications and it will also flow electronically to pharmacy module. Then you will take the medications and go back home. There is literally no usage of papers. Everything is electronically transferred. I will tell you one more terminology. I will tell you about two because that is where I started my career. It is meaningful usage stage 2. It might be now, it might be a different stage. I have not read about meaningful usage now. In US, the state government asked hospital to use EMR, EHRs and in return the state government will pay some incentive for meeting those goals. In this case, if you are passing the data electronically and there is a module where you will share the data to the state government for analytic purposes. The state government will incentivize the primary care provider and even the hospital. That is where there was a concept in US which is implementation of meaningful usage and it was done almost in every hospital. I am not sure if a small clinic which a doctor is running by himself. If that also consider if the doctor has also bought an EMR or EHR and he also does all sort of electronic transfer data. But most of the big hospitals where there are different modules. When I talk about modules, it is the patient registration module, admission module, pharmacy module, lab and all the stuff they will consider it. It has to be electronically transferred. Now let's consider this way. This is a patient. This is a laboratory and let's consider this to be the EMR. This is your laboratory. This is your concern. Now usually two things can happen. Considering this to be an internal module, the integration might be available. For example, when hospital will send an order to laboratory will receive it. I will talk about how this happens also. And when laboratory will send back the reports, the hospital will receive it. Now, second thing, talking about the thing which you are saying, that patient is saying that he wants to go to Sunquest, which is a laboratory which is not a part of hospital premises. What is going to happen is, first thing, hospital might think that I have integration with L2, which is laboratory 2. If the answer is yes, well and good. The hospital will send the order and the hospital will say order should go to Sunquest. Very good. If the order integration is there, result will come back directly to the hospital. If not, patient has to carry a hard copy and then the report will come as a hard copy. I am not sure whether this is also allowed or not because doctor usually prescribe orders within the internal laboratory itself or where the integration is there because hospital has paid for that integration. I am not sure whether this use case will exist or not. That patient will say, I don't want to go to this laboratory. If that is the case, two things can only happen. Whether the integration is there. If yes, well and good. If not, then hard copies has to be done. Report-wise, I will show in Indian context also. They have a portal. Even if the report goes outside, it will be uploaded onto a portal. You can download that report and you can showcase it to the primary care provider. That is how here also it worked. But I took the hard copies. I downloaded the reports from the portal which was uploaded by the laboratory and I showcased it to the primary care provider. even if it is an internal lab and external lab, because we had a scenario where the test was sent outside because that was not performed within the hospital premises. But only thing was this hospital had a tie-up with this lab. That is where they were able to upload the report on the portal. This is how Indian vs US healthcare is working. Now, how is this implemented? Now talking about how is this implemented, it is also on the same lines. This is implemented using, we learnt about a different standards. I will just copy paste from here. As of now, you don't worry. What is there in HL7 V2? What is there in FHIR? We will talk briefly about HL7 V2 and FHIR. How is this handled? When I say the data will be when the patient registration happens and you go to the primary care provider, the details will already be available with the primary care provider. Order is placed in the CPOE application and the order will be available in the CPOE application. You can see that the doctor will prescribe you the medication. Looking at the report, and how is this actually happening? This can happen using HIR also, but FHIR is a new standard. But in the legacy systems, and the legacy systems are designed to work with VTU2. If people have a question, FHIR can replace H7 and V2. Answer is definitely no. Because almost all hospitals, I would not say even 10%, it is almost all hospital works on HL7 V2. We'll talk about how that transformation of data happens. What is the trigger happening in the hospital? How? The data is transmitting from one application to another, but it is happening using HL7 V2. Can the same thing happen using FHIR? Answer is definitely yes, but can FHIR replace what is happening in A7 V2? Answer is definitely no. We'll talk about pros and cons on HL7 V2 and FHIR. FHIR is a new standard. It is not that new. It is 8-9 years old standard. People have started adopting it now. That is why it is now known as a new standard of being adopted in the hospital. These two are definitely our hit list now. This is CDRA. It is clinical document architecture. If anybody recently got admitted to the hospital, whenever they will be discharged, or during the daily visits of the hospital of the doctor to you, they will write the progress notes, and during your discharge, you will get a discharge summary. You were diagnosed with this. You have these many allergies. These many medications are prescribed to you. You have to take these medications in the morning, evening and night. CDA is a clinical document architecture. It has many templates. It has many templates within CDA as a framework. One of the template is discharge summary, progress notes, and many other. We'll talk about a couple of them when we talk about SS7V2 in DMAM message type. CDA as a template has other modules just like discharge summary. Whenever you will get discharged from the hospital, the document which is prepared, it has many sections. I think there are 52 sections within CDA which will talk about what are the observations, when was the visit happened, what procedure, any procedure done on you, all of that stuff. Whenever you will get discharged, a discharge summary will be given to you, and the template which is used is known as the discharge summary template, and it is based on the CDA framework or CDA standard, and it is also within HL7. Okay. This is also adopted by or created by HL7 org. V3, it is rarely used standard. This is a standard created on top of CDA. This is RIM based. I think it is reference integration, reference information model. It is built on top of CDA, which is a standard rarely used, and it is very complex. That is why the implementations are rare within the hospitals, and it is also on the same lines of CD8 provider domain versus payer domain. My experience goes for 11 years is only in provider domain. I have rarely touched payer domain. We'll talk about what is provider domain and payer domain now. Before we do that, let's look into this EDAX 12. EDAX 12, the insurance part, that in Indian context there is a way you can do a cashless payment. Also, if the insurance company is tied up with the hospital, they will consider this is your coverage and this much will be the claim. For example, in my case also when my wife got discharged, I was going for doing that payment. I said this is my insurance. When I showcased the insurance card, they said this is a Bajaj insurance and the coverage is, let's say, X amount considering the room, rent and all. We will give you X1. It is always a lesser amount which is as part of the parent amount. Considering the X is 1 lakh. I got 50,000 just example. This is also a step which I performed on hard copies. They did take. When I showed them the insurance card, I gave a print of that. Then they spoke to the insurance company, and when they returned back to me, they said that the coverage for you which you will get as a benefit is 50,000, and that also they wrote this is 50,000. And I got a copy of it. But in INAS context, there is a framework which is known as EDXL tool. It is a standard for peer domain where hospital. Now we'll talk about patient is getting discharged. Now when the patient is getting discharged hospital, I'll say we'll check with insurance company. It is not like hospital check with insurance company. What is the what amount you will be sending? It is like there are different set of transactions within EDX12. This works on transaction basis. I think this. ED837 is for submitting the claim. There is a standard. There is an XML based standard. In this ED8037, the hospital has to tell the insurance company that these are the set of procedures done. These are the medication given for the admitted patient. You tell us how much you will return back, and in return, the insurance company will send AD835 transaction back, which is the response of the submitted claim. That out of all the procedures done, we are covering and B, as the component C is not covered as a part of our patient's insurance. This is the insurance coverage we are doing, and this is the amount we will do. Rest of the amount, you please cover it from the patient. You can read all about it. The hospital can also check whether this is covered as part of the insurance or not. There will be different set of transactions, but that is not the concept we are going to learn here. The basic is hospital will initiate to the insurance company, and insurance company will reply back with whether that is covered or not. There is another important standard. Prevailing in the market, specifically in the radiology department. Anybody knows what is radiology department? Very simple, wherever image needs to be captured. For example, let's say someone met with an accident. He went to hospital. When he will go to a hospital, doctor will definitely ask for an X-ray. That order will not go to laboratory because laboratory works on syringes and all radiology works on machines. When we say machines, it is a machine which will capture the image, the internal image of the patient. Now talking about the data. The data is flowing from a hospital to now the radiology department. It is using HL7 Now in this case, provider placed a. Guys, there are lab exercises. Also, you have to work with me during a working session. Please be attentive. Provider placed a, let's say, X-ray order in. In hospital terminology, whenever a request is sent to a laboratory or a radiology department, even a pathology department, it is the order. Whenever X-ray is, it's the order. Order is placed and it is sent to a radiology department. It is working using HL7 How this is being worked, I have not even taught you. We will understand how is used to transmit data, but we are just learning the basics. What is happening behind the scenes? What are other standards? Now this HL7 is being sent to the radiology department. Patient Jodo went to the radiology department and he said, hi radiologist, this is a term. The person who is using the machine is known as radiologist. He will say, I got your order. Let's take the machine. Now that order will be taken. The machine which is capturing the image is known as modality. Just mark this term. This is a term, a healthcare term used in lot of interoperability calls the image, for example. Now whose server is taking the image? Let's say it's X-ray machine. It will be known as modality. Ultrasound machine is known as a modality. X-ray machine is known as a modality. Now talking about the next term. Modality can only capture the image for storing purpose. Anybody knows what it is known as for storing the image? Modality will store image somewhere. It is PACS picture archiving and communication system. Modality will capture the image. PACS will store the image. Next time, anybody who wants to use that image, they have to request PACS. Now very important, if you have to request PACS, how you will request PACS and what is the response? PACS will send back. That is the standard which is brought into picture DICOM. There is a full form abbreviation to it. I definitely don't remember the abbreviation of DICOM. We can look into it also. That is where the DICOM standard was brought into picture for imaging transmission. Anybody knows what is the role of integration engine engineer? I work as an integration engineer. This is considering these are three different entities. This is our hospital. We'll talk about laboratory or we can talk about radiology because your radiology works on DICOM. Now considering a hospital who is working on HL7 your radiology works on DICOM. There is a lot of job openings. I'm not saying you start looking for a job. There's a lot of job openings for integration engineer and the company which I work for, it's purely into healthcare. What happens now? Let's consider over here and what is my role, what I do. Considering hospital works on HL7 I wrote HL7, it should be HL7 Hospital works on HL7 There is a concept of first. First, let's look into, there is a concept of integration engine. Anybody knows what is integration engine? Then you will understand what is this. It is intermediary component which will transform data from one format to another, and once it transforms, it will give you the information back also. Now considering HL7, That is where I was talking more about whether the hospital has integration with laboratory when we talked about the patient does not want to go to the laboratory, one which is within the premises, he wants to go outside. Hospital will transmit the data. I will not talk about what it will transmit as of now because it might be confusing. It will talk about HL7v2. HL7v2 will be transmitted to integration. It is not directly that the hospital will transmit data to DICOM. It can only happen if both the system talks in the same language and your hospital information has a provision to transmit the data directly to your radiology module. Now talking about hospital information system is going to transmit HL7v2 data. Now let's consider this DICOM. As I said, it is another standard. Now we know that to find an image there is a cfind query in DICOM. There is a cfind query to find that image. A get is there. There are different queries you can use to find the query and copy. Also now considering HL7v2, can we in the integration engine? We know what is the format or the contract which DICOM will accept that the data will be omitted back as an image. In the integration, let's say it's a JSON format. It's actually the XML one I am just writing. It's a JSON format. The role of integration engineer would be received. HL7 build the contract which is accepted by the DICOM. Then the DICOM will return back the response. Whatever the response is received back, you need to send it back to the hospital information in the expected format. For example, now if you send the image directly, hospital will not at all understand. Now let's say hospital says you please copy the image from PACS and put it into a directory. That is where the role of integration engineer would be. Here first role would be he would create a data processing pipeline in the integration engine. Once you create a data processing pipeline to receive the HL7, create a framework to meet the contract of the radiology department that the PACS can be queried and the data image can be copied. Once the data image is received back, then you need to send it back to the hospital information system into a directory. You to work on multiple things here, receiving a request. Let's say it's a TCP. Let's say it's a file transfer, or nowadays it is very popular. You upload it into the OZ C3 bucket. That is also everything our responsibility for integration engineer. We talked about Uzanzo. It's a public or creating multiple standards to improve the interoperability of workflows. And all now talking about what is HL7. We talked about ULS and OD. We talked about there are different standards within HL7. Or there are outside standard also XFIL COM. But what is actually HL7? Within HL7 or we have HL7 V2. What we are going to learn. But what is the meaning of this HL7? It is health level SEN. V2 is the version 2. We'll talk about what is this V2. Before we go, why don't they add HL7 1, 1 being the number 1, right? Why only 7? It is the number 7 came from OC model number 7th layer is the application layer. Number 7th layer is the application layer and HL7. HL7 organization says that HL7 V2 standard works on the application layer. That is where HL7 V2 came into picture. Clear what is HL? We'll talk about V2 now. Whenever you will work on HL7 V2, people usually say it is V.V2.x. Here x varies from 0 to 9. What is this? These are all the versions of HL7 V2. Whenever you will work on it, it will be HL7. It will be HL7 V2.2, the current version in the market. 7.2. There are intermediate. For example, you might also find HL7 V2.31. That is also possible. I'm just talking about that this is the release within 2.3. But this is the release, a framework for HL7 v2. The number X is from 0 to 9 and the current latest version. This is also exam question. What is the latest version of HL7 v2 in the market? The latest version is HL7 2.9. It is pretty old. All hospitals in us works on v2 because the which is created for it might be all scripts, it might be Epic, CERN or NextGen, all of them are capable of consuming HL7 v2 as a data model. It's a pretty old standard. This is all the forward compatible. The v2.9. When you say all of the fields which are, I'm taking some level words which you will understand in just some time. If you see 2.9, it's the latest version, but the previous version which was there. It is backward compatible. For example, if 2.8 is also there, 2.9 will also support 0.9 will also support 2.8. Interesting part is v2.pex works on messages. Whenever you will go on a call, or even if you have to troubleshoot this. This is a term you might hear very frequently. I received a message. The message didn't came. Can you check the order message where it is stuck? Something of that sort. But message is something which you will definitely hear. It might be order message, patient registration message. How do you identify all of those messages? That we will learn. But now, what is a message? It's some data payload which I want to send it to someone. Correct now, and anything what you can tell. What is message built of? Message is built of somebody now talking about HL7 v2. What is a message? Message is consisting of group of segments. We'll look into each one of it. Message consists of group of segments. Segment consists of fields. Field consists of components. Components consists of subcomponents. This is if I tell you what is one message, you will find some segments. Within some segments, you will find some field. Within some field, you will find some components populated. Within some components, you will find subcomponents populated. Now, talking about how do you. First thing is, do I have something copied? Nice, nobody will ask you to write a message, but I will tell you to write a message because I will tell you the reason behind it once you know the rules to read and write a message. It is pretty straightforward thing. Now let's look into, as I said, this entire stuff. I just copied a random message. It is a one message. Now we talked about you. You understood what is the message correct. You don't worry how I wrote it. We will look into the specification. We will just look into what all things are there now. This entire thing is a message. It can have a bigger length also. If I will show you, there are some more messages with the bigger length. This length depends upon the specification. This is another term which I will be taking continuously. It will be dependent on specification, reading and writing a specification. We will look in some time. Now, very important part, what is a segment? We'll talk about what is a segment. Segment is actually logical grouping of fields. When I say logical grouping of fields, we'll talk about the logic. There are a couple of rules for a segment. Segment always have a segmented. It is always 3 characters. Now here, identifying the segment might be tricky on integration engine. It is pretty straightforward. There are different rules to it. Let me first show you something. I usually go to characteristic site. There is a site, not a HL7 authorized site, but it is a site which will give you a lot of information. I usually go to this site. I will share the links. Also another, this is not HL7 authorized site, guys. If you want anything official data, please look into the documentation. I will give you the documents for the 2.9. Also in your free time, you can read about it. Here it is clearly defined that mesh is a segment, IM is a segment, P8 is a segment, PD1 is a segment, INK1 is a segment, and all of the 3 characters, it's alphanumeric characters, which you are seeing here. This is a group. Within this group, there are another segment. We will try. We will understand how to read this group. Another segment, and if you see these many segments are possible within at HL1, which is the admit notification. We will again look into it. In this case, I have Misha as a segment, I have a Evan as a segment, I have a paid as a segment, I have a PV1 as a segment. This is clear. I have 4 segments present here. Now talking about second one, what is your fields? Field is anything between makes sense. Sending application will be one field. Mouse Mickey till here is the entire another field. The next one is component. I would say caret separated data between a field. This is very important. What can be a component? Looking to this sample, I can increase the font. This is also. This entire is a field. Talking about components. This is the first component. Second one is empty. Third component, we'll talk about how to read a message. This is another component. Perfect. Let me see if I have something for subcomponent. Otherwise, I will create one. I have one more message where I see a subcomponent. I will just copy this segment. What is the subcomponent? %, separated data between a component. Now anybody who will look into, I'll just copy this thing above that you can read also, who will look into line number 192 and can tell me what can be a subcomponent. First, identify where is subcomponent present. It is present. Now what is subcomponent present? It is a field. It is not a message. It is a field. Now considering m caret is a. This is a component. This is a component. Now I found another component. It is ending here. This is another component. If you ask me, this is one component. But what is the subcomponent? MI is the first subcomponent within the component. This is the second subcomponent within the comp, within that same component. This is the third. ASO is the third subcomponent within that component. Is this clear? If this is clear, we will talk about some more interesting concepts of reading a message. There are only two rules. How do you read a message and anybody is aware of? How do we read a HL7 message? Then we will look into the specification, because before I go here, you might not be confused. What am I talking about? Correct segment is. But we'll talk about it. There is one rule for Mish. Second is rule for all other segments. Now talking about what is the rule for mesh and what is the rule for all other segments. How do you read it? Now considering what is the rule for mesh HL7 says, this is the notation. Even if you get a specification from a client also, they might write it in max to max, I think 3, 4 formats. The preferred one is the first one. This is how is the preferred format for exchanging the specification. When I say specification, it is the word document for the other person to know what you are going to send in what field. I usually prefer the first one, and that is how my company also follows. Mishwa. What HL7 says is the only rule for reading. Mesh's pipe is the first character. Pipe is the first character. Next, anything between two pipes is the sari. I said character. Sorry, this is anything between two pipes is the next field. Here if anybody will work with me, as I said, if I have to say Mish 1, let's write the specification. Now I will write it here. Let's write the specification. Anybody who will tell me what is Mish 2? The only rule is this one. I will write the rule also. This is the rule. Based on this rule, can you tell me what is mesh 2? I told you mesh 1 is pipe. This is the pipe. This is first field and it is always pipe. What is this mesh 2? I am in mesh, which is the message header segment we will talk about. How do I know all this? That is another concept. What is mesh 2? Mesh H2 is this field. We are talking about field. This is special character. It is in HL7 terminologies. These are known as encoding characters. We'll talk about it. Encoding characters, and we'll talk about encoding characters separately. Anybody who will tell me Mish 7. You need to focus and read. It's a number. we'll talk about what is that number? This is 3. Anything between pipe? This is 4. This might take some time for you to grab. This is 5. This is 6 as the world wrap is there. Data went in the next line. Anything between the pipe is 7. This is 7. Can anyone tell me what is a message 14 here? It's a blank. It's a blank. Nothing is there. It's a blank. Now going one step more. This is known as a proper one full-fledged field. Can there be more data? We will talk about it thus, but we will working on the sample what I got it from the notepad file. Now let's look into if someone asks you. If someone says, what is if you ask style, what is there in mesh 9? I will tell you this is I am going to send. There is 2 components to it. Now if you have to deep dive into the component thing, what is mesh 9.1? Anybody who will tell me at, because I have already told you caret, separated data. Separated data is 1 is this, 1 is this, 2 is this. These are the 2 subcomponents. This is a component, not subcomponent. Subcomponent is separated by ampersand. Now let's look into. There was a bit. I copied right. Where is that bit? Bit. Oh, we'll copy it one more time. We will look into the second rule. Second rule is for all other segments except mesh. Rule is pretty straightforward. Rule says anything between 2 pipes is a field. Now anybody who will tell me PID.5, what is PID5? It is a single rule for all other segments. Even it is PID, even if it is PV1, even everything. Only rule is for mesh, it is this one. If I bring a bigger message and if I will say what is aux. Let's consider this ob14 op. I am considering the last ops only obx14. What is ox-t-worm? Let's not look into all. I will just this one pulled. Just looking into this, it's a platelet count for a patient. It is 21. It is observation. Any message. If you look it will have a message. We will learn how. How do you know that it will have a message? That is a specification thing. Don't cram it. And then there are some set of segments. Rule will be same. If you know how to read one message, you can read n number of messages. Just 5 I didn't showcase you. There are apps to visualize the tool, this messages. But I want you to learn first, then I will showcase everything. There are tools, just like HL7 test tool, for example. This is some sample at sample. I have kept it. It will showcase what all segments you have. Now, if you want to expand your messy one is if you want to validate my knowledge also, please do. Is pipe. 2 is encoding characters. Your 3 is it is only having namespace id. There can be another component. If you want to add it, you can add. These are the tools. You can just say test. Then let's look into. This is a tool. It is HL7 test tool, paid tool. There is HL7 soup. There is another tool. Just to use, there is 7 edit. There is HL7 soup. In my last class, I just showcased one crack. For this, I will not showcase. because then the person who was organizing that training who coordinated with me, he said we should not tell the hacks. I am not going to do it now. You can find it on Google if possible. Let's not do it here. 7edit is a tool. Olsen is a tool. In my company, Olsen 7 test tool is another tool which is created to send some messages, and we can send some data also. There is a way you can configure the port and you can send the samples also. We will learn definitely about it. There are another emulators also created. In my company, we have another emulator created which will receive the messages just like creating. You can consider this to be a simulator. I created a new patient. I created a some visit. If I will just move how to do admit, update, merge, whatever. You can place orders also. This is irritating. I will find a patient. This is my new patient. I can click. I can create a new order. You can create let's say it's a T scan. It is for chest scan. I will create an order. There are emulators people create. There are emulators online also available, but HL7 is a good tool. Soup is another good tool to work. With that, you can visualize your message. Whatever we did manually there, you can do it via tool. Today, we will see how to write a specification. Then we will look into how do you identify there is an assignment. Also, I was just finding my assignment. We will do this assignment also today. But let's see how much time we will get for this assignment. Let's first see how do we write a specification. When I say write a specification, looking into the specification, we will write a HL7 message. Nobody will ask you to do it. It is by default comes from the application who supports HL7v2 as the data transmission protocol. But there are things I will explain in this way. Let's say you are a developer. And you create an interface. You created an interface, either let's talk about Rhapsody or even in your NET code, Java code, wherever. Now you want to unit test the interface. There are positive scenarios you write and there are negative scenarios also which you handle in your code. Correct. Based on that, there will be chances that you might have to tweak the HL7 message. For tweaking the HL7 message, you should know if I have to tweak a field, a component, a subcomponent, or anything else in a message, how you have to do it. We will learn a very basic segment and writing. Any other segment will be on the same lines. We will look into PID segment, which is talking more about the patient demographics. We will see how do we write a segment. I just opened one ADT-LO1 specification. Again, don't worry, what is ADT-LO1? We will learn in some time once we are done with the writing a segment. Now see, you understood that HL7 message comprises or consists of groups of segment paired in a logical grouping. This is the logical grouping which is defined as a version v2.6 and this is for ADT-LO1. We will look into what is ADT-LO1. Let's first see how do we write a segment. You can definitely write a message, then you can pipe, then there will be encoding character. But we'll talk about PID first. If I open PID, how do I write any segment? Segment will always start with 3 characters, which will be known as segment ID. That is the segment ID I have written and it is for PID. Then I know it has to be the next field. What is the field separate? It's a pipe. I will put a pipe. Now, what do you have to do? You have to go to. Let's first see how do we read this specification. Let's say someone tells you that you will be receiving a ADTA01, which is a patient admission notification message. What all segments you can expect? The segment listing all is present here: MS, ACE, FTE, US, CVM, PI, PD1 and all. If you continue to scroll down, there are many segments till PDA. These all segments can be part of that HL7 message. But yesterday Sahil showed a sample which had only 4 segments. How did that happen? That happened because of 2 things. One is, it is number of occurrences. It is number of occurrences of an entity. I am marking it as entity because this term is not only specific to H7V2 or FHIR or CD or DFIO. It is a generic term which can be applied in any coding standard. Number of occurrences of an entity. Here the entity would be your segment, then your field, then your component, and then your component. We will talk about all of these. Now, how do you read or how someone can define the cardinality? There are multiple ways. We will talk about 2 ways. First, there is something known as a way like this. This is how FHIR defines. You can find a specification where cardinality is defined in this way also. And it is again not a FHIR rule, not L7 rule. It is a generic term. This is, as I was saying, person can define cardinality in multiple ways. We will talk about 2 different ways where how the cardinality is defined. This is the way how FHIR has defined the cardinality, and this can be applied to a JSON or API Swagger document as well. We will talk about writing the specification. When we say writing a specification, we were working on PID segment. Let's look into the PID. We will write one segment. PID segment. If you can see, these are all different fields. That is the correct answer. Yes. Now let's look into how do we write a set. Again, nobody will definitely ask you to write a sample, but as I said, something for a unit testing that you need to tweak a field. What value you can add. That is where you should understand how the specification works. This is PID, one which says this, and another thing. If I just go back, each segment also has a name. Let's talk about the segment message. That name is given as message header, PID. What we are working on, it is patient identification. Why I took this segment? Because you will be able to relate with the details present in this segment. There is something known as set ID. Let's look into set ID. You can read the theory part, all which is mentioned here, but let's look into what is set ID. What you need to do is it says some length is there. This length means it can only accommodate 4 characters. It is optional. You can definitely do pipe and say, I don't want to keep it, but let's say if you want to add it, what it is. It says this is the data type. Your PI D1 is of 4 characters. It is of optional. The cardinality is optional. It cannot repeat. We will talk about how do we repeat. Now it cannot repeat. It is optional. You can definitely put pipe and go to the next page. But in case you want to populate it, what is the value you can add? It says you can talk about non-integer value. It says maximum of 4 length. It allows a number between 0 to 9999. Usually wherever you will find most of the segments, you will find there will be a set ID present. It is the incremental number which will tell the repetition of that segment. Whether the segment repeats or not, that only depends upon the cardinality. It will. Now, it is not a rail. It will always start with 1. You can definitely put 0, but it is a preferred way to put 1. That person knows that this is the first occurrence of PID segment. There will be another messages, for example, merge message. If you talk about merge message, there will be 2 PID segments there. The other PID which will come there, it will be 2. It will be the incremental number which is given to the each number. Another thing, if you see the OBs right, this is also a set. ID, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. This is the incremental number given just for the readability and other application, and to let other application know that this is the first occurrence. This is the second occurrence. Any questions on this? If no, then I will move to the next one. The next one says it is the patient ID. If I go to this one, PED2, it says 20 character, but it says it is of type CX. It talks about data types. There are huge data types which are defined within HL7. We will only talk about what is present in this specification and reading and writing. The data type is also on same lines. You can read in your free time. Those 4 books are for H7 certification exam also. Please go through those books if you are planning to enroll for the certification. Now, how do I write PD2? I need to go to the data type. Let's see if I go to the data type, what it says. There is a concept of primitive data type and a complex data type, and is not again taken from HL7 or H7 or V2 FHIR. It is a generic term which exists in the normal coding standard. Also, if there are childs present. If I click on Psi, it just told me that it is of 4 characters and you can choose a value out of it. It allows a value from 0 to 99999. It is of primitive data type as there are no further childs available. Now if I clicked on CX, it is the data type name. Is also their extended composite ID with check digit. If you click on it and you find that there are further childs to it, that means the data type is complex. Now if you find childs, that means these are the components present within the field. Now how do you write these IDs? Now let's say this is CX1 within the data type within PID2. It is of CX data type. And how do you define the data type? It says it is ID, it is maximum of 15 character and it is string. It is required. Can I skip it? No, I mandatorily have to write it. It is a patient ID. Let's say hospital has given a prefix of MRN and they have said it will start 1001 and they will just put +1, +1. +1 for the next patient which will come in the hospital. Now, as I have told you, these are the components present within the field. Next thing, what should I add here that I am capable of writing? CX2 caret beautiful. It is caret which is a component separator. It is identified check digits. It is a 4 character. It is again ST. Data type is a string data type. If anybody knows string data type, you can write anything in string, anything English in the Punjabi special characters, anything and everything is allowed in string data type. Now it is a 4 character. I will just type test because it is of string. Anything can be there. Now this is check digit scheme. Let's first see if some values are there. Beautiful check digit scheme says it is of 3 characters. It follows ID data type. One more point I will add to ID data type is C. HL7 has defined a standard. What HL7 has done is they have said this is a message structure. They have also declared some enums for couple of either a field, either a subcomponent or a subcomponent. What it means is wherever you will find a data type which will say ID, it will. It means that HL7 has already declared the enums. Where you can find those enums, it will be present in a table number 1061. I think I have already opened it. It is 1061, and what value you need to take? You need to take the value which is written under value. Let's say I know ISO, I will just use ISO. Again, this is all from hospital background. What values they will take, but in case you need to tweak a sample, this is how you need to do it next. Now let's go back to anything else. We will look into this HD data type assigning authority. It is hierarchical designator. This is the data type name. If I will click on it, I need to identify whether it is primitive or complex. Again, it is optional. Feel free to skip it. That is, now it says namespace. What does namespace ID means? And one more thing, there is another data type which is IS data type, which says user-defined data types, which means that hospital can declare some enums and can be stored in this table, even if you click on it. It is if this table is empty, because this needs to be populated by the user. In this case, the user is hospital, as hospital is going to generate the patient IDs. Namespace ID, let's say the namespace ID is IS data type. I would just say notepad++. Another caret namespace ID. I am just saying it is a good health hospital. That is my namespace ID which I am passing. Now anybody who will tell me what should I write? That I can write hierarchical designator to %, because it is % beautiful. It is %. I will write here. And what is universal? It is saying it is a string. I will just brief about one concept within what I learned during my initial days. Whenever hospital registers themselves on health.org, they will get a void. It is organizational ID which looks something like 1.2, 3.2, some numbers, something like this. It will look something like this, and usually you will find a universal ID along with the namespace here. I have just mentioned a void and it is 1999 character, then universal ID type. Who has declared that void? We will go here. It says there is another table present. I will just take it and I will just populate it. And another %. I will put it ISO. Now import. Important part is there is something on a C. What is the C? C is conditional. When I say conditional, it means it is part of two subcomponents here. Two subcomponents is HT2 and HT3. What it actually means that if you are passing a universal service identifier, it is important to tell the end application who has given or who has generated the void for you, and where is that mentioned. It is mentioned in this list, for example, just very generic term, and you will hear it a lot from me when we will move to FHIR. It is known as assigning authority or a system assigning authorities. Who has given you that value? For example, in hospital context, let's say a patient, Sahil, went to a good health hospital and good health hospital has given the amaranth of the patient is amaranth Zazen 1. The assigning a universal ID type will be a part of one of this list. Namespace ID will be good health hospital. Universal ID will be your when you registered on health.org. If you have not registered, it is of string data type. Feel free to create your own node. It will be a unique quid. Or even if you type good health hospital, that is also fine because it is a string data type. Now moving to the next one. I have taught you 3 to 4. I think I can teach you. We will go back to the other fields also. Now writing of one more concept of when we are writing the sample. I will explain one more concept what Ellison has declared. That concept is now, let's say we only wrote the C, we only wrote till here she checks 4, we wrote till here. Do I need to mandatorily add carets for this one? Any guesses? Yes, no, maybe. For example, all of these are optional. Should I add carets for all of these empty fields? But what if I add, let's say, there are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is one more. If I add something like this, even if it is one extra, that is there a problem? Or it should be mandatorily empty. Both are. Now talking about one more concept let's talk about this concept. I will just take this only as an example. Then we will write another field. If now it is on the same lines. What HL7 says, if you don't have a data to be populated either in field I, let's talk about first fields. If you don't have a data which needs to be populated in the field and those fields are optional, feel free to remove those fields. Feel free to remove those fields. Now P8 3 through. I hope that will be if I skip it. You just copy. People can ask why there are multiple PID segments. It is basically if patient, it is not like patient will have only one men. Patient can have multiple identifiers. Or on the other hand side, let's say Apollo says that they have written a code that patient it will be marked in PID2. It's a legacy code. Even if you see it is kept for backward compatibility. Let's say the hospital was implemented in 2.1 and now they are still upgrading to 2.6. They can still place the men of the patient in PID2 and it will work. It is mandatory. They can just copy paste the same men in PID3 and it will again work. Now very important part. We'll see the repetition. We will see, but not for patient identifier. Let's look into the patient name. How do I know? When yesterday I was showcasing you one example, right? Judo or Mickey Mouse, something here, Mickey Mouse. How do I know that? Mouse is the first name, Minnie is the last name or S is the middle name something. How do I know how? As an end application. I should know that whatever I am getting, it is in what sequence. It is, we will just go to, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am in the fifth one. This is the fifth field. This definitely, you can do it in the Sedit or HL7 tool. But just to improve your focus, I am doing it on Notepad++. And again, you don't have to write a message ever. It is just tweaking a message what you want for your unit testing. P. Let's look into the XPN data type. It is required. I am adding the data there. PID3 it is required. I am not writing because you now know how to write a CX data type. Now I am writing the XPN data type, which is, I think, extended patient name. Something that is the extended person name. There is a plugin available online. Feel free to download this HL7 plugin. It is just beautifying the data on the Notepad++. Get it? And it says given name. It is of type string and you can write anything. In this case, Mickey is something which we have chosen. We will write Mickey. Whether I have to write ampersand again, that depends upon the data type. It is of string data type and it is primitive in nature. There are no further childs. When I say childs, here components and subcomponents associated to it. I have written directly Mickey. Now second or further given names or initials thereafter. For example, if you have a middle name, I don't have it. What should I do? I will just keep up blank. If you have it, please feel free to add something like whatever middle name you have. It is a string, data type suffix. It is also strings, also string, all of this. Degree is data type. When I say is data type, it is user defined data type. Hospital has to provide some enums and that needs to be validated. Against this one, we can look into the name type code 7. Enum in the sense of degree, see HL7 has a standard for interoperability for exchange of clinical data. That is where HL7 is not defined, enums. When I say enums, it is a fixed set of values for degree. What else am I do? Defining the degrees BTech, let's say that you defined a degree as BTech, BMTech me, but the patient is not even graduated. That is where that option is given to the hospital. That wherever there is a variability, that data type is defined, it is a user defined data type, and that data type has to be fulfilled by the hospital. Those enums needs to be fulfilled by the hospital. Now on the same lines, name type code. It is the 7th component. If I see, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is, let's add, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am at 7th. 7th, as I said, it is of a data type. There is a table defined and it is HL7 defined table. Another thing, did I copy the tables also? All HL7 defined released books are available here. These are all the released versions, are talking about the latest one. That is what I have given you. I have not given you all the books because it has unwanted information. I have given you the important ones. There is one which says tables. If I just open this table and if you search with that table number, if you just search with that table number, where are we? The table number is 00200. Control of 0200. There is a table already defined what all values it will hold. It is all mentioned in this table. This is a table. What value you need to pick. Another thing, if you think characteristics has defined all the values, answer is definitely no. This is just a reference point. What is the right set of values available? You need to go to the HL7 specific books. These are the specific books. Let me first share you the link also that you will have the entire content. This is where the values are already defined. If I scroll down and you need to adhere to one of the values, let's pick one of the values. You can take a let. In this case, let's take legal name, which is L Notepad++, and I will mark here as L. Can I remove these components? I don't have data. No, we cannot do it after this. If you don't have data, feel free to add carets or don't even add carets. That is totally fine. Now let's look into one more interesting concept. This is write that I am in the PAT 7th field. This thing, you understand correct? Yes, I am in the 7th one. The field name is date, time of birth. You don't have to write it. It is just a name given to a field. It says it is of 24 character. Whether that value is correct or not, you need to look into the data type document. Then you will understand. Now it follows DTIM data type, which is date time. The name of the data type is date time. I am just clicking on it. I am holding here. This is date time data type and there are no further childs. What do you think? It is primitive or complex? It is primitive. Beautiful, it is primitive. Now what it says, you can read. It says specifies a point in time using 24-hour clock notation. This will be clear to you, right? Whatever date and time, for example, A patient date of birth. You can only give what format you need to give. They've also given, I will talk about this 24-hour clock notation. What they have done is, what they're saying is, this is the format you need to adhere to. We'll talk about this format. This is a regex which they have given. A regex is a regular expression. I will make it more easier for you. Whatever is without, if there is no x, not to use anything. If there is no brackets. If there is no square bracket, that is mandatory. Square bracket means it is optional. Whether you want to use it, that is. Now we are in the 7th field. This is here, Deepa. This is here. Y is your 4th character. That means 20. If my birth is to 1991, I will write 1991 here. Makes sense. Now, if patient is willing to tell what time he was born, feel free to add that. Also, how do you add it? There is no hyphen and all anything like that. Let's say, I don't know what time I was born. I will just add some random numbers. I is hours, it is 24 hours format. Let's say I said early morning, is minutes, this M is minutes. This, when it says minutes of 60 minutes, you cannot write 61. It will give you a passing logic error. Anything within 60 unit, right? I will. I'm just writing 20 seconds. Again, it's a 60-minute clock, 60 seconds. I will just try 21. Again, one thing you need to understand is salary set is not defined only for one hospital. One hospital, they might keep it optional. One hospital, they might make it mandatory. That is where standard is there. You need to adopt that standard. Makes sense. Standard is there, you need to adopt that. I mean, when I say you, it is hospital needs to adopt that standard and in their application. Now, one more point you brought in is how is this information capture? What I understand, I have not been to us. What I feel is, this is what my experience. Experience also goes because we also work on a lot of applications which are deployed on the US context. Let's say this is a patient registration information. This is all the text fields which are there. Whenever you fill a form, right, you might see that some of the fields are marked as mandatory correct even if you cannot submit that form. Those business logics needs to be applied on the UI. When I say UI behind the scene, it's a code only. When the patient will fill the details, a HL7 message will be generated. Now, whatever mandatory fields you have in your same mandatory fields will be part of your HL7 message also. Now, going back to the same one. Now, next one is, there is a dot that you have to write. There is a dot. This is merely milliseconds. 3 milliseconds you need to write. The milliseconds goes till 1000, but it is 0 to 999. When 1000 comes, it is the next millisecond turn. You can write anything 890. Anybody knows what is. This might have worked on apps which are deployed between cross countries. It is a time zone offset. It's a time shift between from. It is a time shift between multiple countries. Just like India's time zone is Zoo 530, no colon and all. This is the in. This is the entire full-fledged date time. Most of the hospitals only will send you till here, but it is if you receive it because standard says you can send it. Make sense or still? It was complicated. A very good example. This is why I get paid when I work for my company. where I work on integration engine. The one application is sending the data which is in a different format. Let's say the format is the entire format, this one. This is a very basic use case. This a lot of time this happens. I will tell you this happens a lot of time. Let's say the hospital information system sent me the entire value and the end application works on HL7 only, but they don't accept the entire format. Or they have created their own apping smell, JSON or any other format, and they only accept till here. Or a very good example, what people do is they will say we accept a message in this format. This is why I get paid when I work on integration engine and I do this manipulation or stretching manipulation, and I get paid for all of these. This is a very basic use case. A lot of complex things happens there. Now let's move to something else. Patient 6. Now here it says it is one character. Now when I move, this is 7, this is 8. This is 8. Patient administrative 6. This is his data type. Hospital has full-fledged privilege to define the enums, and it should be only of one character. It will be M for male, F for female, and they can define U for other, A for maybe Q is anything, T for transgender, all of these XP and name. I would like to show you something of with respect to repetition. That is where I will take something of addresses. I can be repeated. You can write address also. It is on the same lines. There will be some components you can write. Definitely write it. I think all of them asked data type. All of them asked data type. This is a set. Within this is it is all data type. You can definitely write any of these. Moving to the phone number. I want to showcase phone number. Why I am taking it is because it is repeating and it is a XT in data type. Let's see how do you write 13. Just considering this is the 13th field. I'm going to write XT in data type. This is XT. I'll open this XT in. There are many components within it. I will write phone number. Let's say this is a phone number use code. Now this is a use code. If you are aware that there can be an official phone number, there is a usual phone number. There is a home phone number, SIS. Some phone numbers are. You can define that. This is a type of phone number. If you want to call during my office hours, please call me on my official phone number. If you're calling me after 7 p.m., please call me on my personal phone number. That is where a use code comes into picture. It is a with data type. It is already predefined set of enums, anything I can pick. Let's say PUS. It's a personal phone number I'll just add. What should I add here? If I'm writing XT data type. This is XT. One is there. I'm writing XT2. What should I write? It is a component. What is the component? Separator per. I wrote. Now it's equipment type. It might hold. What is the type of equipment? It's a mobile phone cellular. I will just take a CP. I will just take C. I will not write much of the data. The thing I want to explain is all of these. You can write country code and all of that stuff. All of this, what all of them are. I have a data type and the data type can be written by just clicking on it. If you want to write new name, which is, I think, numeric, you just have to write number, integer number, a positive integer number. Now, the concept which I want to showcase is this field is repeating. Can you see? This field is repeating. It is optional, but I want to populate. This field is repeating and I don't want to populate other components of it. I am leaving it blank. I can add carrots also. That is fine, but there is a repetition separator if a field is repeating, and that is till. Now, if you want, let's say you want to write another phone number. Let's say there is another phone number. Patient has 900 some numbers. I added use code. Now let's say it's the official phone number. Anything else is there or vacation phone number. This is my vacation or work phone number. I'll add a caret. This is how I will write. And what is the cellular? This is a cellular for only. I will write a CP. This is how. A repetition. Whenever a tilde will be encountered, application will again mark it as repeating, and it will be X1 which will be your par. I think 13.1 P or 30.2 P and or 13.3. That I just explained. If there is a repetition, you need to add it to your message. How do you add it? You understood that. How do you write a component within a field? This was till here Control X. This is this till. Here it is clear. Yes, now as the patient has more than one phone number, or let's say the application is designed to capture more than one phone number, what is going to happen is here. It is repeating, and if you want to repeat that entire field, this is not a segment. If the segment is repeating, what you will do? You will copy paste this entire thing, this one, and change the values correct. This is how the segment will repeat. But now let's considering a field is repeating. If the field is repeating here, what you need to do is you need to add a tilde, and then you will add another phone number whenever. Application will write a passing logic, and they will say P.13.1. What values you will expect? You will get two values here. One is this and another one is this, and application will display two values. I did a cut, and application will showcase two values. Same thing goes for this also. But we are still in the same field. It is. The next field is the business phone number. But if you have a repetition, you can definitely use this as a tilde. Almost all other data types you can write now very easily. Basic is go from left to right, look into the data type, whether it is primitive or complex. Then start writing the primitive or the complex data type based on what it is mentioning in the specification. One point which I think Hayden brought in is sometimes if I just consider this as an example, when you will manually, this happened with a lot of our new interns which they were working on. A couple of use cases given to them. They understood, they have a sample, they just have to tweak it, but without looking into the specification. Let's consider if I add a 0-1. If I know that add a 0-1 allergy segment can be added. This is the allergy segment. You can read more about it. If I buy without looking into it, if I add it at the last, is it? Or if I add it before V1. Let's first talk about if I add it here. Is it? If I add it here without looking into the specification, and in the specification says it has to be after PV1. It is not because segments are also logical grouping. It has to be in the proper order. When I say it has to be in a proper order, what message is this? A DT. Is it a 1? All 1 has to be after OBX or in this group. If you talk about PV1, if you are not populating any of these segments, you can skip it. Then after PV1, it is fine. You cannot put it anywhere with your choice. That is where a lot of folks did something like, oh, they added L1 segment anywhere. And then the data, the integration engine definitely will fail because the integration engine works on the EDA schemas. And now let's show you the EDA schemas after this. And it will say, I was expecting a PV1 segment and I encountered L1 segment. If you are tweaking a sample, make sure you look into the specification and write the data in the right place. Segments are logical grouping it. Those are related to those are part of single message and placed one after the other in a logical sequence as per the specification. You need to follow the standard if you are saying that you will put PID just before a message, totally wrong concept. If you are saying that the concept wise, if you have to tweak the standard, which most of the hospital do, the only tweaking you can do is that you will say that I want PID3. Let's consider this PID3. I want PID3D to be mere and 100 10 characters, max 10 characters, and the standard says it has to be 20 characters. That is the tweaking or the profiling you can do on top of the standard. How do you do it? This is how we do it. I am just creating one schema for you. The Rhapsody has already downloaded all the schemas from HL7. These schemas are available on HL7. If you see, this is ADT as in one. This is how the actual passing logic looks like. It has to be in the same sequence. It is required minimum repeats. All are defined here. Each segment has defined each field. Each field has min-max written here. Now let's consider I will. This is a very good example. Most of the hospitals they will. This is the PID segment. Same thing. What you learned there is mentioned in a tabular format. This is the field component number. This is the data type alignment. You leave. This is internal to Rhapsody. This is required. This is the minimum max repeat of all. This is no. This is the max length. Min0 is 4. Minimum repetition, maximum repetition. We talked about HL7, right? There are tables already mentioned. All of these tables are pre-populated behind the scenes, and with that the data which comes, it is validated against the entire EDI schema. This is the schema. You can discard the message saying that this message is rejected because of XYZ reasons. You can mention the reasons also. If you see multiple birth indicator, the lookup table is also. The lookup table where enums are defined is also present. All of these things are already present as a part. All of these lookup tables are present here. What values it holds? It can hold a value. It cannot hold a value. It cannot hold a value in case of IS data type. IS data type is user defined. If it is all 7 defined table, it will definitely hold a value. This is a schema against which the data is validated. And now talk. Coming back to Hayden's question, if you rearrange PID just above MSH, just a very basic example, it will not work because it will throw you an error saying I was expecting SSH at the first place. How can you send me PID? Even the parsing logic in integration engine works with this, only with the sequence. You cannot change the sequence. Only thing which you can change is, for example, as I was saying, that let's say I want, let's go. This is a very common example. That message control ID coming from hospital is usually long more than 20 characters, but an application says, please restrict it only to 15 characters. That is where we just put a constraint. Either we can trim it there in the integration layer, or we can write a passing logic that it will be 15 characters here is 15 now. If the data comes more than 15, I will send the acknowledgement back. We'll talk about acknowledgement. We'll send the acknowledgement back to the source. That I'm discarding the message because the EDS schema validation has failed because of message control IDs. more than these characters. Integration engine. I will quickly let's see if I have something for you. Let's try to start this. This year again. This is all Rhapsody. I'm not teaching Rhapsody. I'm just showcasing you a concept. This is internal to my company. You might already know where I work. Please don't, let's not go there. Just talking about what is happening here. Let's see right click. This is Start All. Is this also enabled? This is disabled. 8998. What is the port configured? What is the port I configured? 8998. The concept which I want to tell you is how does integration engine identifies that the segment has ended. The concept is even HL7 v2 standard tells that there is a as you have components separated, there is a field separator on the same lines. There is a segment separator also, and that segment separator is carriage return, which in technical terms you will see /r. In technical terms, you will always find a /r at the end of each segment. Anyhow, Rhapsody has a provision that whenever the message segment ID is encountered, it will consider that to be the start of segment. But what is the end of segment? It will always be a carriage return, and only the last segment will not have the carriage return because there is no segment after it. If you are seeing my screen, I sent some sample from a test tool. I sent a sample from a test tool, and if you see, there is a segment separator after each segment except the last one. This is how integration engine identifies that the sample or the segment has ended. Any questions on this front? A very basic one is the segment separator. Just like on the same lines, field separator is pipe, component separator is caret subcomponents. Separators me %. There is a segment separator, also /r, which you will not see when we'll have it on notepad, for example. If you want to see it here, how you can do it is, you might not have it because I have C. Or if you see, now can you see C? R is nothing but a carriage return. Carriage return will be printed on my Rhapsody as /r. That is how the data processing works in Rhapsody integration engine, that is in other integration. Murph also works on the same lines, that there is a carriage return and it will encounter that there is a next segment present. And then what is the next segment? It will find the segment I encoding characters. You already know. Now it is a message. .2 is encoding characters. Those are the special characters which HL7 has defined, which are utilized within the scope of creating a HL7 message. Now you already know that a message 2 is nothing but your encoding characters. This is the list of encoding character. There is one more. We will talk about this hash, but as of now, you just see it is a caret tilde / and %. These are the list of encoding characters. We were about to learn what are encoding characters. I'll just close this one. Encoding characters. You might have observed every HL7 message has encoding character present as part of message HN2. and EMS8 is the mandatory segment present in any trigger event. I would say these are the special set of characters which plays a meaning of the message within the HL send formation of the message. What is that meaning they are playing? A caret is the component separator. Then your tilde is yesterday. You learned, you understood right. What is caret? Whenever we have to write more than one component within a field, we need to use caret. But the question is, can we write more than one component in any field? No, it is based on the specification. We need to look into the specification. If the specification is complex, meaning the field is holding a data type which is complex, then only you can write more than one component. Escape separator or escape sequence. Then what is next? Your memperson, which is subcomponent. And then last is the hash, which is truncation separator. Now very important. This is also a HE7EV2 exam question where they will mention what are the default encoding characters within a H7EV2 message. And they will give you 4 options and they will just jumble these. Now let's say they will just start with tilde and then they will just move caret here and there. And other thing, they will start with hash. And might be something like this. This might be confusing when you will look into either first one, second one or third one, or they might create more options for you. But how do you remember? Is there an easy way that I can remember? It starts with caret and hash and it has tilde, then slash, then memperson. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. It is definitely crest. If you remember the keyword crest, it will help you write the encoding characters in the right sequence. The question. Another question is, can you change the sequence of encoding character for meaning? Can you write tilde first, then component separator? Answer is no. It has to be in the same sequence with the formation of crest. C is the component separator, repetition separator, escape sequence, subcomponent separator, and truncation separator. You might not see truncation separator added in most of the samples because it was introduced after 2.4. And it is rarely used also. Let me first start with you understood what is component separator and all of the other thing. Let's first look into what is the truncation separator. Now let's look into the truncation character considering. Machine will look into one of the item. Machine, where machine? If you go to the specification, it will tell you that it is message control. ID. It's a unique grade or a unique ID for each transaction and it is of 199 characters. And I have told you that you can definitely reduce the number of characters which needs to be transmitted to the end application. Now considering hospital information system is sending you ADT caret AM1 message, or let's not talk about it. We will talk about it. It's a 7 message. A normal HAL send message when HAS is sending it to you. You need to send it to app 1. App 1 is having a constraint on machine that it has to be max 10 characters. But your source application is sending minimum 15 characters. How do you do it? In this case, what you will do is you will take first 9 characters from the incoming string and you will concatenate it with hash. It goes like hash will tell you that the string has been truncated. How hash will work is it works as n-1. For example, now your application supports 10 characters. You need to take 9 minus 1 is 10 minus 1, which is 9. You will take 9 characters from the incoming string and you will add a hash and application will understand that the data has been truncated from here. And very rarely you will see the data being truncated because it is a clinical data. Nobody would like to truncate even a single dot from a report or even from the order. Anything of that sort. It is just, you should be aware that, in case it happens, this is the usage of truncation character. For example, let's consider the same example. This is our nh10 value. Considering your app, as I said, your application one only accepts max of 10 characters. Now, first let's see how many characters are there. It says the incoming sample is sending at 24 characters. Now, in case your end application supports only 10 characters, and this can happen only for the non-clinical fields, because this is a transaction ID. Might be that they will say that we don't support a bigger transaction control, ID. If you see the selection says 24. There are 24 characters coming as part of incoming message. If truncation needs to be done on this as part of the specification from the end application, what is going to happen? You will take first 9 characters. Let's see where is 9. 9 characters and you will. The role of integration engine would be to take the 9 characters and add it with hash, which will tell the end application that the data after this has been truncated. Now overall, if you see the length, it is 10 characters. Selection system. There is an empty segment, which is a comment segment. Doctor can add the comment. Let's say the report looks good. And prescription or medication is given to the patient. Now, if someone will pass this data, this will be considered as first come. This is the entire first component. And within that component, this is the first subcomponent. This is a second subcomponent. Makes sense? This is an example I'm taking. HL7 has defined on the same lines escape sequences. It is on the same lines how you do escape sequences in the URL A encoding. What they have done is they have told, in case you have a pipe coming in the report, for example, there is a pipe also here. Pipe also here. And let's talk about caret also is present here. Now, how do you handle it? What you will do is, rather than sending it like this, you have to send it to the end application. And for %, it is /t/. For pipe, it is /pipe. F like this for caret. This one. This is how you can handle it for truncation. It is /l. You can add, I think I have not written here, it is /l. And in case it is, there is a slash also which is coming which you need to escape. You can use the /e/. That is what it is there. And another thing which HL7 the V2 has done is, in case, let's say, there is another anti-segment where you want to tell the end application something in bold. Let's say report is critical. I don't know what criticality is there in the report. and you want to highlight it that it should come on the application in the bold. You have seen right. I'm not sure if anybody has seen the reports. If you have abnormal rate, let's considering the example of SP2's pure SPO2, not a single file, is 95 to 100. Even if you consider heart rate, I think for heart rate it is 62 something to 90. If your heart rate, let's say you went for running and your heart rate is now 130, that will be considered as abnormal heart rate, or it is below 60. It is again abnormal heart rate. And now let's say there is those sort of observations. You want to highlight report is critical as, or let's say SpO2 is 85. Now, in this case, if you want to highlight some of the text, they have also mentioned that you can highlight using /h. What you have to do is wherever you want to highlight, for example, you want to highlight the entire thing. You can start with this and where you want to stop. You can add slash and make sense. This way, the report which will be displayed onto the application for the provider, this string will be marked into the bold. Next topic is, can I change the encoding characters? Answer is definitely yes. We can change the encoding characters, but it will change the entire meaning of the message. What it actually means considering this same sample, let's consider this. We have pipes, right? Considering caret, if let's say I am changing the encoding characters from default to, let's say I'm only changing the character to asterisk. I'm saying asterisk is my component separator. The entire passing logic for you will work on asterisk. Wherever you will see caret, you have to change it with asterisk. No, I will not do it for all, but this is how badly it will impact you. Those are the default encoding characters given by HL7v2. HL7v2 says you can stick to it, but if you feel you need to change it, you can change it. In my 11 years, I have not seen any implementation where it is changed, but there is a provision that you can change it. The next one is on the same lines. There is a segment separator, which is /r. Can we change it to, let's say I want /n. Can we change it to /n? What can be the answer? Answer is no. The HL7v2 says you cannot change the segment separator. I'm giving you provision to change the encoding character, but not the segment separator. This was all about encoding characters. Now let's see. I think two more topics. Escape characters we talked about. I think this is more of a technical topic. Let's look into it now. If you want, I will showcase it practically. Oh, it will. If you guys give me 1 minute, it will not take much time. In the meantime, if you want to learn Rhapsody, just see what things I am doing. It might be high level, but considering that there are things to be done, you can look into this way. If you want to learn Rhapsody, just see what things I am doing. That is the way people will understand. You understood the topic. Now on the same lines, there is an acknowledgement present in HL7 v2. I'm just creating an interface for you, a small interface. Let me just do it on my local only. This is all drag and drop. I have not written any passing logic, nothing of that sort. This Rhapsody provides all the provision I have. I have just taken this thing schema definition. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to send a. Now this again will be a problem. Move up. I am just going to send one sample and I will showcase how acknowledgement works. There are modes of acknowledgement. We will definitely learn about it, two sort of acknowledgement modes. But let's first understand how acknowledgement looks like, how it works. Can you guys see this is a test tool within my company? This is a test tool, or you can call it as an emulator. Now considering this test tool as a hospital information system which is sending me a patient admit notification message, which is HL7 message, how I will respond back. Schema is already defined by HL7. If you see the screen, there is some response received from the integration engine. I am generating this response. Considering the data here, whenever you will send me this data, what will happen is, I will respond back. This is the response which I am sending you. How will you know that this is an acknowledgement message? We'll talk about this is a type of message. We'll talk about the trigger event. How do I know that the acknowledgement which I receive is for which transaction? This is a message 10. If this is a message control ID, which is the transaction ID in HL7 v2 terms, it is the transaction ID. In responsive message point 2, how do I know message point 2 will hold this? It is the specification. If you go to MSA segment, MSA point 2 will talk about the control ID for which the response is being received. That is where the control ID from the source message is passed on to the acknowledgement message and it is sent back to the source. This is considered to be coming from hospital information system. This is coming from the integration engine. I will show you how it is being done. I mean, it's just a filter pre-available or already available within Rhapsody. You just need to provide the schema definition and then it will validate also. I'm not doing a strict validation. That is a separate topic. How do we do strict validation? I'm not doing a strict validation. I'm just saying what? Whenever you receive a message, you just give me a positive acknowledgement. And this is where the positive acknowledgement is generated. And then it is sent back to the source. Now talking about the acknowledgements. In this case, there are two sort of acknowledgements which are available in HL7 v2. Acknowledgement mode. One is original mode acknowledgement. Second is enhanced mode acknowledgement. Talking about this original mode acknowledgement, versus enhanced mode acknowledgement. First thing, this is mostly used. This is rarely used. We'll talk about why. Now let's look into why this is mostly used, considering this to be the hospital information system, this to be the integration engine, this to be the end application. Whenever the hospital will send the data integration engine itself will send you the acknowledgement back saying that I have received it, but there is no guarantee that I have processed it to the end. Application, which means original mode, is sort of it is giving you a receipt of receiving that data, but there is no guarantee that the end application will consume your data because of XYZ reasons might be this application is down. Considering this application is done, this data needs to be sent back either from this or integration engine provides provision to re-inject the data also. Now, whenever HL7v2 message comes, integration engine will provide the response back immediately. When I say immediately, there are three codes present for acknowledgement. One is AE/FHIR. A is application except AE is application error. IR is application reject. In my case, whatever I showed you, I am doing a normal validation where I'm not. AE is when the application is down. It comes from the network layer. You need to configure this acknowledgement code in the network layer. That is the only way you can get a E. Other than that, you will never see a AE coming from the integration engine or from the end application. A very common example. Let's say, considering message needs to be of a special size, let's say 5 characters. If I am sending more than 5 characters, I can do EDI validation. Once the EDI validation is done, I can send you AR also in very basic. If I have to do it easily, I will just do it for you. This window is very irritating. Now, every time I will send a message, considering the server is doing strict validation, I will get AR. Now if I will just do disconnect configure, if I will just send it again, can you see I received the error? My integration engine now is doing a strict validation. Again, that's a Rhapsody concept how I did. You don't have to worry. If I am doing a strict validation, then I will be getting AR as a response. Let's talk about one more thing. If you want to see trigger events, I'm using ACK. ACK will hold segments like this. Now, very important part. If the application source application wants to know what all are the issues in the incoming message, you can use ERR segment. Considering MCG is mandatory, SA is mandatory, the Rhapsody is only working on creating 2 segments which are mandatory. And within those 2 segments, whether it is considering all the fields, that is up to there are many fields if you see, but it has taken the control ID and some text message, the acknowledgement code and the message control ID. Other than that, it is not taken anything because all of them, either it says it has been withdrawn or it is either optional. Whether you can populate it. Definitely, you can go ahead and populate all of these, including the error code. For example, you can tell the end application your nsh.10 holds more than 10 characters, which is not accepted by the end application. Something of that sort. You can provide a textual message if you click on it. It has these many. Where is it? These many fields you can talk about and it is repeating. Interestingly, if you see it is optional, but repeating it is 0 is to start. You can write for msh.10. This is the issue. ems8. This is the issue. Pedi segment. These many are the issues. Again, on whatever segments you are validating, you can write the entire message set while you are passing the data. This is where the message is getting generated, and it is also on the same lens. It is also a trigger event which is available. You just need to know what is the specification. And now you know how to read a specification, write a specification. It is a code. You need to write a piece of code that the data will be transmitted into the proper shape and form. Now coming back to the acknowledgement. Whenever the HL7 will be sent from the hospital, integration engine will send the response back immediately without sending it to the destination application. In this case, the data loss can happen. For example, when I say data loss, if there are test cases which are not tested during or before the deployment onto the production server, that is where I can think. Other than that, if everything is tested, all test cases are tested within the hospital and the end application, this will never fail. The plus point is the hospital information system, or the EMR, does not have to wait for the acknowledgement to the data is processed through the end application. Because this integration engine layer needs to build the contract. Then this will send the acknowledgement back. Then this integration engine will send the acknowledgement back to this. In this case, it is the immediate acknowledgement which integration engine will provide it to the source that I have received it. You don't worry about it now. This is the original mode acknowledgement. This is a request coming from source. If I was not doing a strict validation, I got to accept A. This is the array code. Accept acknowledgement. This is when I was doing strict passing, I got accept reject, application reject. This is how the sample is built again. As I've told you, there are more segments to the sample. Feel free to add it. This is Rhapsody generated default acknowledgements. If you want to build enhanced acknowledgements, you can definitely use code also to build it. We are now looking into the enhanced mode acknowledgement, how enhanced mode is different from original mode. In this case, whenever hospital is sending data to integration engine will immediately send the acknowledgement back. But in this case, the acknowledgement which will be sent by the integration engine we will talk first is enhanced mode. Now the acknowledgement. The first level acknowledgement which will be sent by integration engine is CA, CR or CE, which is commit accept, commit reject or commit error. Meaning wise, it is saying that I have accepted your message, rejected your message based on validation. This is from the network layer. You need to configure it in the network layer. 3 levels of 3 types of acknowledgement can come. Let's consider this is accepted. A CA. In this case, hospital information system got a CA. Now, once the CA is sent, integration engine will, let's say, this application works on JSON. This here HL7 to JSON conversion will happen on integration layer. Once the JSON is converted, application will now receive it. Now application has to respond back. There will be some. Let's say it's an AP. I call application will return the status code. Based on the status code, let's say it is a 200. Considering first case, it is 200, which is success. This data comes back. Integration engine will build another level of acknowledgement, which is a second level of acknowledgement, which we'll talk about AARAE. It is the same thing which is sent here. Now based on this end, application can understand source. Application can understand that end application has also received my data. Or in case the application, the app2, which is end application, throws 400 bad requests. What is the status code? Integration engine will send it to the hospital information system. In this case, there are two levels of acknowledgement which comes from integration engine. One is at the receiving part, and then after transmitting the data to the end application, then another level of acknowledgement comes. Why this is rarely used? It is because it is more complex. When I say complex, it is time consuming, and in the hospital environment, the feed comes at a pretty fast rate. They might not be able to track also. This is where the integration, when you are doing it, has to be properly, thoroughly tested with the source and the destination parties involved. That is where max integrations, which I have done, it is always original mode acknowledgement. There are issues that is where just considering, let's say the same example, control N don't save. Considering this is hospital information system integration engine. Over here, this is end application. Now hospital information system send the data. It is working on original mode. You got AA, which is accept application accept. Now this while data was sent to this. There was a network issue. This data was never sent. Integration engine provides you notifications that the data is being queued up in the communication point which is connecting to the end application. That is where integration engine plays vital roles. For example, if I will show you Rhapsody. Here are the communication points which are being either on the input side or on the output side. Here you can see everything in queue out, queue everything. You can build notifications on top of it that even if there is more than 5 failures, you cannot put notifications on 5 because the hospital load, because the new requirement. Once it came to us that hospital wants to send 60-40 messages within 1 second. It's a huge number. Whether we can process it or not, we have also not tried it. It's a new requirement. We just have to try it out. That is where you need to find a valid number that above this number, if there is a queue within a particular component, this is an HTTP client which is sending it to the end application. You can send a notification email to someone that there is a queue. Kindly check. If there is a failure, you can alter that communication point. Tell the end application, this is a failure we are getting. Can you enable or did you reboot the server? That is the most of the time things happen. They will, without even informing the integration engine person, they will reboot the server and then the component that does not come up automatically. You have to call them. There is a failure we are seeing and you have to bring it up. That is where integration engine will queue everything. And then once the connection is back, it will process the entire thing again. Source does not have to send anything because everything is queued here. If you understand wraps any integration engine, I'm not saying absolutely any integration engine uses your disk space. Whatever transaction you receive, it will create an entry onto your disk. When I say disk, it is your hard drive, wherever you have installed integration engine. Any Rhapsody Mirth Ensemble core point. It will create a file onto your directory, and whenever you want to process it again, there is a provision to reprocess the transaction. I will show you a small one, which we only did it. This is what we sent. If you want to resend it again, there is a button available. You can just say re-inject. It is now. There were 2 transactions. Now it will show you 3. And here also it will tell you this is how Rhapsody is behaving. It is saying re-injected to the engine. This is the source message ID. All of these transactions I can show you also it. These are available on my disk calls. But that is the Rhapsody or the integration layer concept, that everything is queued. That is where a very important concept in integration layer comes into picture, which is archive cleanup. That you cannot hold the data for lifelong, because the more number of transactions which will come, it will just keep on adding space to your disk. That is where usually for our implementations, we provide archive cleanup for 90 days. That we will hold your data for 90 days in case you don't find any data being processed for a patient. And then we will kindly report within 90 days. Otherwise, our integration engine will clear the data from the disk. And then there is no way. Then you only have to send it. Most of the time I will tell you there is a project which is ongoing in our project. We, as a product-based company, we have multiple product lines. I will talk about one where this sort of issue happens. Where when we are sending the data, because this end application is also not fully full-fledged built. This is also built within our company, Philips. This is not full-fledged build. Anybody understands, folks? It's a pre-deployment model where we give all applications to the hospital that they can use it and can provide the feedback. That is the 4K we are doing. Hospital is sending the feed. There are chances that all the business logics are not validated within the application or even in the integration engine. And there was a scenario which I faced last week. That hospital is saying we sent the data to the. This is an analytics application for cancer research. The data which was sent, it is 90 days. They have not even seen on the dashboard. Then it was again on the same lens. Archive cleanup has run. We cannot send the data again from the integration layer. Hospital needs to send it back. Those sort of issues happens, but there is always a provision to track it. Now, in this case, tracking ways in the integration engine, you cannot track it because the data is clear. We need to request hospital to send it back. And again, hospital should be aware that if they are not seeing the data, and they should immediately report it. Let's consider here the message fails. Then it is the role of integration engine to, if you are working on original mode acknowledgement. Here you got AA. Definitely you got AA because we are not doing strict validation. Now here, when you say the user is not found, then this has to be rectified on the integration layer. Now there are 2 ways. One is there has to be a response code coming back from the end application. That is definitely coming. Now on what basis when you say user not found? What is the next step to fix it? That also has to be implemented on the integration. There are phases. I will talk about 2 companies' experience. Let's put it in this way. My previous experience goes with CT's Tech, where I was doing results and orders implementation on again integration layer only. Talking about HIS, I will talk about integration engine, will not take the names. Now there is a lab. It can be any lab you must. I worked with these labs, Bay State election. Any lab Sunquest also. Now, in this case, what happens when integration engine? What happens is there is a kickoff call. This is the procedure which happens in which was happening in CT's tech. There is a kickoff call. You understand the requirements that you are only going to work on RM messages and ORU messages. That order will be placed in the EMR. It will be flown to the laboratory. Result will come back from laboratory. It has to be flown back to the hospital information system. Then you need to look into the specification of both. What you will receive, what you have to send, what you will receive from lab, and what you have to send it back to the hospital information system. Once that is done, then there will be test cases. When I say test cases in this case, what usually happens is hospital tells that these are the frequent orders. Frequent orders placed in our application. I would say hospital. Placed in the hospital. And let's say there are thousands of orders. When I say thousands of orders, it can be blood test, lipid panel test, anything, or ring culture test. Anything which happens in a hospital, and the hospital can administer that test for a patient and it will flow to the laboratory. Out of those 1,000 tests, whichever is most frequent and the hospital has that list, those tests are created as a test cases. Those test cases will be initiated before the pre-deployment. There will be a staging. Now, another thing is there will be a dev box. There will be where developer will write the integration code. Then unit test after reading the specification. Once he is satisfied, it will move to the stage box. Once on the staging box, hospital information will actually send the live feed. When the live feed will come, laboratory will have the stage. I mean, all of this will happen in the stage environment. Hospital will send the data to the stage environment where the actual code is there and all the test cases. Now here hospital will send the frequent orders which they think are more relevant to their organization. That test cases will be sent to the stage environment. We will send it to the laboratory stage environment. It will be a dummy environment. Then reports from ALS will come for those orders. Now, in this case, patient does not have to go. It is just a testing we are doing. There are dummy patients created. No patient has to go and give the blood, urine or whatever order is there. Laboratory will send the results back and now integration engine will formulate the data model as per HIS and will send it to HEs. This way, all of the majority of the test cases are already covered, and when both the parties are satisfied with the testing, they have to sign user acceptance form. There is a form which both the parties will sign that we are good with this and we are concluding. We are moving it to the production. That is where the data is moved to the production and then the actual data from hospital comes to the integration engine. In that case, the patient would go to the laboratory and give the specimen and then the actual report will come back. Rarely you will find that you will say that considering lab works on JSON and rather than using medical record number, they have used MRN. That will never happen. Second case where I am currently working, we build products. We don't do deployments in this phase. What we do is we gather the requirement. We build the interface. Whatever I am doing, we build the interface reading the specification from source and destination. Source means what source will send. Destination means what we have to send it to the destination. Now, we will get the samples from the source and we will get the actual application from destination. You can say a beta version of that application. In this case, the source samples. You can definitely trigger it via this test tool, whether it's XML, JSON. Even Rhapsody has a provision to transmit data using the pollers. You can send it data from the source, then the application you already have. End-to-end connectivity will always do, and you will test all the use cases. Then we will have a release when this product will be released. Then whenever a purchase happens for that product, then that deployment happens on a staging box. Hospital wants to first test it on the stage box, and when they are again, UAT will be signed. Once the UAT is signed, then they will move it to the production. There are rare chances that attribute mismatch can happen. And talking about the use case, I think that was hidden where it says the user is not found. In that case, what happens is the response code which comes back. The integration engine needs to do the error handling where it says user not found. What is the next step? First, create the user. Once the user is created, a successful response comes back and then send the same transaction back here and then send the response comes back and then the integration engine will discard it. That is how the integration engine layer plays a vital role in positive scenarios and negative scenarios. This is a very basic use case where you say user is not found. One more point is integration engine also has a stage database. It is not only that you will just send the data and every time integration engine has to access data from hospital. Not like that. One more point is integration engine also has a stage database. It is not only that you will just send the data and every time integration engine has to access data from hospital. No, not like that. One more point is integration engine also has a stage database. No, not like that. Now considering sources sending your data, you build a contract. Here also I will add something. I will say destination contract in JSON. Whatever. I have built a contract. I have sent it to the application. Now this application sent me a data where it says let's add. It's already there. It says patient not found. As per you, what we need to do is we need to query HIs and get the details back. What I'm doing is I'm building a QR message. What I'm going to do is, I will send it back to the hospital information system. They have to expose if it is a TCP, we will send it on a TCP. If it is an API, we need to hit that API. Now let's hit that API. Without writing a logic, I'm just showing you a, I would say, skeleton structure. HTTP. Where did I add it? This is input test. I'm going to hit. Whenever I have built the QR message, I will hit the EMR endpoint. I'm going to use the EMR endpoint to get details, and all of this will work. Definitely it will work. I can show it to you also. Once the response comes back, it is in out in mode, and HTTP always says you send something, you will get back as a response. It's a get call or a post call. You will definitely get something. Once you get the details back, you will build. You will use those details and build the contract back. Or let's say create patient contract. Then you will hit the destination again. Once the destination, you can join directly here. Once the destination is hit, you will get the patient created, and then it will. Whatever scenarios you want to do, you can do. This is actually a thread based. It is one thread. It will do in whatever sequence you want, whatever steps you have, you can do it as per your convenience. Whatever, even if you want to do something else also you can. You can do parallel processing also. The application specification. For example, when this specification, this destination application specification, you will read, they will tell you that the patient needs to be registered first. And then you need to send the data. This is a very common scenario which happens. Two things you can do. First, query the destination system. If the patient is found, then directly send the contract. If patient is not found, then you bill the patient first and then send the contract to them. They will also expose it. How do you need to validate the patient? Either you will send me the data only, and I will tell you in the response code that patient not found, and then you do it. This is all written in the specification. And those are, I'm not sure if you have heard of the term Swagger documents. We actually use Swagger documents, which will a very easy one. I'll show you how the application tells this. This is what they're expecting. This is some open API. If you see there is some /pet or pet by find. This is a get call you need to do. This is the context path you will be framing. And if you just open it, it will tell you what all parameters it is expecting, and in return, what is the status code you can gain if it is 200. It is a successful, and the response will look something like this, 400. It will tell you invalid status code. All of these APIs you need to expose. Once you expose those API, when I say expose, it is just you need to do a documentation and give it to someone that other party can read and can implement it. Delete separate. How do you delete a pet? Let's say if there's a considering upload image to BA or store. Is there? Store order by user, user logout, user create, user is not there. Or create with list something. There, this is the list you can consider. You can send patient data, something like this, and it will create a patient. This is the context path. You need to use a post method. There is no request body something. This is the example they have given. This is how the specification plays a vital role. Every time you are working in healthcare, it is always reading the specification correctly. And then you will be able to enable the data flow between the applications. in HL7. I think this is the last topic which I will be covering for HL7. Then we will look into HAR, a small topic which is localization. Considering, I will give you a live example which we encountered recently. It was somewhere in North America. We already have an implementation with PCS where we are sending an order data and the PACS, then the patient goes and captures the images and PACS will store it. Then I think there is a rule which is brought up. I'm not sure which state, which country, which city. There is a rule which is brought up within that region where preferred gender and legal gender needs to be sent to the end application. Now, what is localization? Why I am giving you this example? Localization is HL7V2 has defined a standard. How many of you think that will accommodate all over the world use cases? There is a field, there is a component, there is a subcomponent which will be available within either of the versions of H7VV2, where you will be able to map some data which is of your interest. We will definitely require some sort of flexibility using which, if there is no field available within HL7V2 or a field or a component or a subcomponent, then how do we map it? That is where localization concept comes into picture. You will definitely hear people saying Z segments, Z fields. You can add components, subcomponents also. It works on the same lines. We will first look into Z fields and Z segments. Other two components and subcomponents, you will definitely be able to crack it by yourself. Now considering what is this Z thing, what HL7V2 says is, in case you don't have a placeholder within the defined standard, you can use Z segment. You can use Z segment. Now how do you build a Z segment? How end application will know what is Z segment? What is the meaning? Is there a specification you need to do? Answer is definitely yes. There are a couple of rules for Z segment. The rule is you can only add Z segment at the last of the specification. What it means? If you consider you need to just consider the same example. Legal gender and preferred gender, which hospital will be capturing, and pass yes also needs that information. There is already. People can tell me that there is already a field for legal gender and preferred gender and it is PDA. I will go to 2.6. It is already there and it is of ICE data type. Hospital can define M for male, F for female. What is legal gender and preferred gender? That is the use case which we need to achieve. Only thing is we cannot add legal gender and preferred gender here because if you send legal gender, it is of one character. If you send one value here F, nobody will understand whether it is administrative sex, legal gender or preferred gender. Now, how do you handle it? You to handle it, what you need to do is, this is a specification. One more back. This is a specification for ATTR01 notification. And what HL7 says is, you can add a Z segment at the last of the specification and you need to prepare a specification for the same. Now, how do you do it? Here, you consider this is editable, you need to add ZX. Now, what is this ZX? I will put it into angle bracket. What it says is, You already know that a segment ID is always 3 characters. Same goes for Z segment. 1 character is already given. That is why I added ZZ in the angle bracket that you can add anything. It can be alphanumeric thing. You can add 11, you can add 10, something. You can add anything and it will be your own Z segment. Now what you have to do, something similar to this. You have to say ZDS. You need to give a name. My custom segment. Now you need to tell what is the optionality. You can definitely tell that all implementation will not be used, but it can come. Can it repeat? It is on you based on your requirement. I would say it is non-reputable. I will add a hyphen. Now considering how the segments are written, you need to define the data within this segment. Same thing how we read or how we view the data here. You need to give a name. For example, I will say legal gender. Then what is there? It is let's consider it is of 4 or 10 characters. It is of data type. I will say it is of string data type. It is considering it is required. It is required. And now we have ZDS2. Preferred gender. It is also of 10 characters and it is of string data type and it is also required. Once you do this thing and considering you did this and you added ZDS here. And once you add ZDS here, then you will be able to transmit legal gender and preferred gender. Now your legal gender can say male. This can say female. Next is talking about Z field. It is also on the same lines. What it means is you can extend any field. Now, when you want to extend a field, when you want to extend a segment, answer or the option is totally on you. Now considering a field. Let's consider this name only. PID segment says PID. PID5 is the name. Considering this PID segment, there are 15 components within the PID5 field. Now, even if you think that this does not hold good, 15 components are not good enough for you, you still have some additional data. What is that you can do? On the same lines, what you can do is H7V2 says you can extend any field only at the last. What it means is you cannot add a component before if you are working on 2.6 version of. Sorry, this is 2.8. If you are working on 2.8 version of H7V2, you can create a component at PID 5.16 but not before it, or you cannot shuffle anything which is predefined. Now what you can do is, if you have some data now, let's consider this. 15 components are not good enough for you. You can define your own 16th component. Call it as custom something. If you have a name, you can give it custom component. Define if it is, what is this? This is length. This is 10 characters. This is our string data type. It is optional. And repeatability, it cannot happen. Then whenever you are in the 15th, this is PID5, I will just add random characters. Consider this is the 16th component which I have mapped it. You can add my custom data. Any? It has to be 10 characters. I think this is more. I will just reduce something, my custom. This is how you can add it. Can I remove all of these components? Can I just say backspace and add it like this? It has to come in the last, and if we delete it, it will be considered as Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And ninth component always says it is name context. But what we are sending it is my custom field extension. That is where you cannot omit the empty fields because the data is present at the last. A very simple concept of batching, considering hospital wants to send bulk messages which will never happen. I have not seen this thing happening. But in case you find it, what is the structure you can expect? Or you have to frame it. What is the structure you can expect? I didn't find this structure on characteristics. That is why I am opening this book. It is also on the same lines. We did exercise yesterday. This is optional. This is optional. This is repeating. When we say this is repeating, this will start with B, S. Again, all the name of the segments are mentioned here. What is the structure of this? That you can definitely get on characteristics, or you can open BS segment. You will get the details of BSS segment here. And the outcome of this. This is one message. This is second message. This is third message. This is fourth message. This is batch is ending. Then the file is ending. How the sample will look like. This is a file header segment. Batch header segment. One message. Second message. Third message. Then your file trailer segment. FTs will come. BTs will come. Then FTs will come. At the last it will be BTs and FTs. That is what I wanted to showcase. In case you find or you have a concept where a batching needs to be done, this is the concept you can use for batching. Now the end application will pass each message one by one and will send the response as a batch. Again, say SHMS will come. STMS will come. And the control ID will tell the acknowledgement is for what message. And reading about it. How do I know? It is all written here somewhere. Batch is a batch contains no zero no something. All of the theory parts you can read in the control book. But practical ways, that is how it will be implemented. Can give you one more example. It's a live example from my recent project. This is a hospital information system. This is on premise IB, which is my project. This is another cloud instance of my project. I will put it into cloud. Sorry, my drawing is really poor. But if you consider this, and let's consider the end application. Now considering this, there was a scenario, as I have already told you that there was a scenario that we need to process 60-40 messages per second. And the processing of 640 messages per second would mean that this is my on-premise, which is a physical software. It is also physical software, but it is deployed onto the cloud. This is cloud. This means 60-40 times I have to initiate a transaction from on-premise to the cloud box. That is where there was a thought process in the mind. Can we do a batching? Can we do a batching? I'm just using a structure. Can we use a batching? And in that batching, we will be only hitting this cloud box once. The reason why I'm saying we will hit only once rather than 60-40 times was every time you need to hit this box, you need to hit an intermediary IAM layer, which is a token-based authentication. For that, also considering a user. Let's consider this IAM also. If anybody knows, you need to configure your username and password here. Hit the IAM server with username and password. IAM will give you a token back. 640 times it was hitting the IAM. And after getting the token, we were not catching it, just FYI. There is a caching mechanism also. You can cache the token that was not yet implemented. Considering that scenario, it was hitting 6440 times the IAM server, 630 times than the cloud box. Then, because of this performance issues, we thought, can we do a batching? That was a thought process which came into mind. We have yet not implemented and yet not have decided on whether we have to do it or not. Just a thought, I just shared it with you. Just an example. We'll start with basics of FI, just like how we introduced HL7 to you. We will just start our touch base. What FI and how it is different from H7 Why people are preferring FLI. Can FI replace HL2 or vice versa? We will discuss all of this in detail. This is a standard which is created by Graham Greene. I don't even know what year you can. That's a theoretical question. You can figure it out. That is a standard which is created by Graham Greene and adopted by HL7 What happens is there was a Graham Greene saw issues with HL7 We will talk about what are the issues. Graham Greene saw issues in HL7 as a standard. And then he thought there can be another standard which can help in the faster interoperability. That is where he created a standard. He called it as FHIR. Then when the FHIR gained popularity, H7 adopted that standard. That is how FHIR came into picture. The full form of FHIR. Healthcare Interoperability Resources. This is the full form. Why this full form came into picture? I will talk about it. I will come to first at the last. Healthcare because this standard will be used for transmitting the clinical data from one application to another. That is why healthcare comes into picture and clinical data. When it is coming into picture, it is all about healthcare applications. That is why healthcare term is there. Interoperability. This is a standard for interoperability. That is where interoperability keyword is there. Resources. Works on resources. Works on resources. Now coming to what is FAST. For me, you might find different definitions for this FAST. For me, FAST is faster in creating the data processing pipeline. I will tell you the reason why this is FAST. Considering this is the hospital information system. And let's consider there is another stager. Or there is another application which is working as a subset of this application. Now, if a doctor considering this order, let's consider this is app 1, this is app 2. If hospital information system, this is a hospital information system, wants to send data to app 2. And they are only interested in creating a patient. Creating a patient means they will only require some subset of patient demographics and MNN. If they're only interested in creating a patient only using the demographics of the patient in H7 what will happen is you will have to work with. Let's go back to the specification one more time. Let's say registering a patient. Even if you look into it, you have to use message segments. I've added a message. You can add multiple pipes. You can think of that. It is populated. Considering that if there is an EVN, also required EVN pipe. Then there is PID required PID pipe. And there is a PV1 also required. P1 also required. just to transmit data which is present only as part of PID segment. Minimum set you have to create is this much. Make sense? Or am I just making it extra things for you? Because these are the mandatory segments and there will be mandatory fields within the segment. You need to populate it. Minimum. If I have to just send demographics for creating a patient, I need to send this much data set with the fields populated. Now what FHIR says is, I have self-contained resources. Every time you will hear FHIR, I will be talking about resources. I have self-contained resources which will be unique and will only talk about that context only. If I am talking about patient, I don't have to work with MSH. I don't have to work with EVN. I don't have to work with PV1. I will only talk about the patient context. That is where I will talk about R4 release. R is pretty new. We will look into the R4. There is no difference will be there in reading the specification or writing the specification. Concept-wise, everything will be same for you. It is release 4. We will talk about what is this release also. They have created 125 resources. Each resource has a unique context. If there is a patient resource, it will only talk about patient. If there is an observation resource, it will only talk about observation. How the linkage happens between this observation belongs to, for example, observation is there, a heart rate observation. How then that observation resource will tell that it has a reference to patient or it belongs to patient. That is a referencing concept. We will learn about it. That is why if HER says that if you have to work with only patient data, you use patient resource and you just transmit the data, an application will be able to consume that data and will be. You don't have to worry about MSH. You don't have to worry about EVN. You don't have to worry about PV1 as available HS7V2. That is why the amount of data payload which you have to work with it is minimal. And that is where the interoperability is faster. That is why FHIR comes into picture as per me, as per my experience goes. Even if you read the documentation, they will say fastest because interoperability is fast. They will not tell you why it is fast. This is an example I have chosen for you. Why it is fast? There is no predefined module which can do the conversion. I will tell you a very simple example. First thing, when you say H7V22 versus HIR, I have already told you what is what. Now base definition. I have told you. Both are independent. Nobody is stepping on the other standard. Both are independent. Can HL7 replace? Answer is no. Is there a predefined library or predefined tool which can convert H7V2 to FHIR? Answer is no, because I will tell you why. There is no predefined library. Even if you work with, I think Microsoft has hosted some public tool where you can just put your HL send. It might give you FHIR, but what I am saying is it might not work in almost all of your implementation. Considering every application or every hospital will tweak the HL7W2 standard. And this is going to happen definitely because they will mark couple of fields as mandatory, couple of fields as optional, which are already optional. Whatever mapping sheet, what HL7 to FHIR, Microsoft or whatever tool you find online have defined might work for one of your clients, but will not work for all of your clients. Now, how you can do this conversion? We will definitely talk about it. Is there a predefined sheet which is there? Some sort of help is there. We will learn more about it when we will go in depth in the HL7 to HIR also. Both are independent now. And talking about, we worked on versions of H7v2. Max, they are still 2.6. They have not upgraded because all of those are legacy code. They don't even want to touch. That is where the versions of V2 is 2.0 to 2.9. FHIR releases are also available. How it looks like is, there is the name of the releases are. I will put the full form in just a minute. FHIR releases, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. There are 6 releases done till date. The release timeline is for 2 years. Probably this might be in 2011. Again, a theoretical question. We can check on Google. DST1 was the first release of FHIR. DST1 stands for Draft Standard for Trial Usage. Number 1 is the release 1. DSTU2 is Draft Standard for Trial Usage 2. Then they found that D can be removed because now the standard is bit stable. They removed the D keyword and it is standard for trial usage too. R stands for release, which is release 4. There was a minor changes or bug fixes or hot fix. You can say which was done on R4 and minor release was done, which is R4B. Now the latest release, which was, I think, in this year, it is R5, which is the release 5. These are the 5 different versions of HIR which are released till date. How do we navigate to all of these pages? That is the only thing we will see and will not cover any other topic. How do you navigate to any of the topics or any of the releases? If you go to Chrome, if you just search for FHIR, it will always take you to the latest release version. If you just click on it, it will always take you to the latest release version. I will show you how it is. It is telling you it is R5. How you can track back. There are buttons available when you will go to the home page. There are buttons available R4B, R4, R3, people call it. The actual name is TU3. The actual name for the R2 is DST2. You can click on it, but how do you traverse to DST1? If you want to traverse to DST1, if you see, the beautification of the pages have been done. Now let me show you how the pages were initially. This is no DST1. Did they rename it to seriously Arvin? Let's see. They renamed it to R1, but the actual name is DST1. If you click on this, this is how the initial page was. We will learn all about pages traversing through the pages. What is there in each page? What is the resources? If you see there are list of resources present, we will talk about all of these links also. This is just traversing on the FHIR page. This is T1. If you see that this is the list of resources which are there. I don't think it is more than 100, but I will talk about R5 because that is the latest release I am working on. I'm not on R5, but there will be no difference in reading or writing the specification. I will talk about R4. Go R4. This is Did We Move? It is R4 release. If you click on resources page, the pages are beautified, enhanced text is also enhanced, content is also enhanced, and they have created a tabular format. And there are total 145 resources. The way this is a tabular format categorized in different categories. We will learn about it. If you want to look into the alphabetical order, maturity order, we will talk about what is maturity. Security Standards Committee. All of these are just viewing things. There is a header which you can use to traverse the data or move to one page to another. All of these pages we are definitely going to learn. Just to show you how a specification looks like we will not go to characteristic sites. We will only work on original authenticated HL7 org website for the specification. We will work on one specification and all of the specifications are also on the same lines. Over here, if you see, this is a patient resource. These are the tabs. We will look into it. There is some use case they have talked about when you can use this resource, when you cannot use this resource. There is the specification, how you used to see. There is a CD8 template available. I have a schema file for that. There are CDA validators also, CDA viewer also. There are templates available. You can download it. That will give you what attribute comes where. Even it will give you a tabular format. We just have to work on finding the correct page for finding the CDA directory. Then, once you know what is the specification, what tag will come first, then within the tag, what is a child? It works on the same lines. There will be a tag, there will be a cardinality, there will be repeatability, and you just have to follow the specification. It is all the standard then. The topic which I am going to cover is known as FHIR maturity model. We will talk about what is FHIR maturity model, and it starts with FMM. The short form is FMM. Over here, if you see in the first released version, they just listed down the resources and you don't see any number listed next to a resource. Do you see a number listed next to a resource where I am hovering? First version, it is not there. Now let's look into the DST1, DST2. If you go to DST2, you might find, let's say there are in R1, I don't know how many resources are there. Let's say there are X resources in R2, which is a DST2 version. There are X plus 1 or it can be X resources only. Also, there is some number added on top of it. Whether that number is 0, number is 1. Some number goes to 3 directly from one version to another. How is this number moving from one placeholder to the other placeholder and what this number actually means? Those are the maturity numbers. Those are the maturity numbers and it will start from maturity numbers, can start from 0 and it holds values like this, and these are the limited set of values. What can be allocated to a resource? It is not for a FHIR version. It is for a resource and even they give this number to the pages as well. Now coming back to what is this number. If you see, in the first version there were no numbers. In the second version they have given couple of numbers and this is R4. Sorry, I will go to ST2. There are a couple of resources which are at 1, couple of 0, couple of 2, couple of at 3, and then we look into the R4 version. I can see some at N also, some at 3, some at 2. These are the maturity of the resources. What is the maturity? Just like how we grow old, our age increases with the usage. When I say usage, it is the usage of the resource in the actual implementation, and there are successful implementation done using those resources. Then what FHIR does is FHIR will increment plus 1 to that number. For example, in the DSTU1 it is 0. You can consider if it is nothing, it is 0. Then, if it is successful in some of the implementation, it will increment by 1. Then plus 1 based on some criteria. And what are those criteria? Those are theoretical stuff. Now talking about what is that FHIR maturity model. What is number 0? It says these are theoretical part now. The theoretical part says the artifact has been published on the current build. Artifact with this level must have a standard status of draft. Now, considering this all to be 0, how this can be moved to 1? Considering the resource DST1, how do you think allergy intolerance got this number 1? What they say is considering what was there in FM0 that the resource has been part of current build. There were no errors produced as a part of the current build. Plus, the responsible WUGs, the work group has indicated that they considered the artifact substantially complete. When this is substantially complete, it is that the specification has a list of enhanced attributes which can be used in the implementation and ready for implementation for resources profiles and implementation guide. The FHIR management group has approved underlying resources. Now how it will get to the FM2? What is there in FM1 plus this concept? How it will go to FM3? FM2 plus this concept? It is again theoretical part. You just need to know what is FFM, what that number means. Now we will talk about what is all of these models, maturity models over here. What it says is if a resource, let's talk about a resource. I will just say a resource which is at level 0. What is going to happen? Let's say you pick this resource which is at level 0. And now the FHIR version or the new release has happened. When the new release will happen, let's say they moved it to number 1. What all changes you can expect? What FHIR says is attributes can be deleted. New attributes can be added. We'll talk about properties of the attribute. I will talk about properties of the attribute. You just understand there are properties which are associated to the attribute. We will talk about what are the properties. Properties of the attributes can be tweaked. Even the data type data, just like we learned in HL7 V2, each field or component or a subcomponent has a data type. Data type of the attribute. What is the name of the attribute? The name of the attribute. The attribute can be changed. All of these things you can expect, but FHIR does not say you stop using the resource which is at level 0, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. What is this? N is normative. That is the abbreviation for N. Now, what is this N meaning? N means now the resource is stable. And this does not mean that you should wait for a resource to be stable and then you can use it. Can a resource which is normative can undergo a change? Answer is definitely yes. What all changes you can expect for a resource? Let's say there is a resource A which is now marked as normative. What all things you can expect? Now we will showcase a specification. You will understand better. We'll open a patient resource. We will learn how to read a specification, but just to understand what is normative. Patient resource is normative in R4. What it means is whatever attributes flags, this is the properties which I was talking about. Cardinality data type. Some description is released as a part of R4. And the resource is marked as N. You will, if the R5 comes, you will again find all of these attributes listed as a part of R5. What can change? Only thing which can change is a new attribute can be added at the last, which will not impact your backward compatibility implementation. For example, if you have to move to R5, you can still with the same code in the shape and form, you can move to R5. Only thing is you need to just support the newly added attribute. If it is there, based on the cardinality and based on your use case, if the cardinality says mandatory, you need to handle it. If it says optional, and now it is on the implementer's choice whether you have the data model for mapping that data or not, then you can map it. It is on you. That is what can happen in normative. Only addition of new elements can happen. Nothing else. Any questions? What is FHIR maturity model? Numbers. You can read the description. It is totally theoretical. It will just say key. It should be implemented in 5 applications, 10 applications, and then +1, +1, +1. It is all theoretical, but by behind the scenes, it is the maturity based on the number of implementation done on the resources. Next one would be reading a specification. Then we will learn how to write a resource. Now let's look into how do we read a specification. One exam question is there. I just scrolled on. I'm pointing it out. One FHIR exam question is, if you have to propose a change in FHIR, for example, even if it is a typo, let's say you find that medicinal product, there is a typo, or you want, can this be enhanced in a different way? Or you want some modification to be done in a specification, how you can request it to FHIR or the HL7, or where Graham Grieve and the team will sit and will take a call whether that change has to be. Every FHIR page you open, I'm saying every FHIR page you open and you scroll down to the bottom, you will find a link which says propose a change. You can click on it. It will take you to a Jira tool. You can log it. Then it is the CCB team for HL7 or under Graham Grieve who will identify whether your question or the issue reported is valid. Then only they will consider your change. This is where you can propose a change to the FHIR content or the FHIR specification as well. Whether they will accept it or not, that is their call. We cannot comment on that part. They will consider how big is the impact, whether this will be used by other hospitals. Also, it is not that you need it. For example, considering this patient resource, if you see the list of attributes, there is no race attribute which is present. And you are pinging a Graham Grieve. I want to propose a change. I need a race attribute. He will definitely come back that you please go ahead and use extensions. And it does not mean that for one implementation, he will make this change. He will evaluate the impact and the CCB team will approve or reject that bug. Now let's consider how do we rate a specification. Interesting part is we will again take our patient resource. Over here, we will look into the above header later. If you open any resource, it is also on the same lines when we were going to the Kerasitech site. If you open any trigger event A, D, TAOL1, or if you open I will just change the trigger event to something else. Why I'm not able to click back. Segment. Trigger events. Now it came. If you open any, just like how we understood reading a one trigger event, if you open any other trigger event, let's consider whatever it came. Let's consider another trigger event. What difference do you see if you have to read this specification? It is the same. Some segment IDs. It might be a new segment for you, but if you know how to read a specification, it is on the same lines. It is a segment. This is a segment. This is a segment. This is a segment. Some cardinality is associated to the segment, some rate probability repeatability. And if you click on a segment, let's use QRD. You will find some fields, some data constraints, some data type is repeat, cardinality, then the repeatability. And if you open the data type, it will tell you whether it's primitive or complex. Now on the same lines, I'll close the unwanted tabs. On the same lines, it is the same concept. If you know how to read one specification, you can work on any specification. Only thing is, you should know which resource to work on. That is why I gave you first assignment of HL7V2, identifying the correct resources, identifying the correct trigger events. Now you need to map the patient demographics into FHIR. How do you do it? You identified that the resource name is patient. How do you identify that this is the correct resource? There are a couple of things you need to definitely identify that this is the correct resource for you. One theoretical part is you need to read this part and this part. Here it says I need to demographics and the other administrative information about the individual or animal receiving care or health care related services. That is one part. But reading this part, does this tell you that? Can I map name? Can I map patient gender? Can I map race of a patient? For that, you need to just scroll down. If you scroll down a bit, you will find a specification. Yesterday we discussed FHIR has given specification in different formats. For functional people, the specification is written in a tabular format. Even I like reading a tabular format. If you are more of a technical folk, you can go to a Euler diagram. You can view the same specification in what is there in the tabular format. You can see the same one in the XL format. You can see the same specification in the JSON format. In the turtle format, we will talk about this diff and all. All will tell you it is a structure. Under structure, you will have UML. It is the kernel. Then there is a JSON format. There is a turtle format. Then doc. This is the changes done. Now we will talk about one more concept which I usually talk when I teach how to write a resource. But as I have spoken 3 terms, I will tell you HIR resources can be written in 3 languages. What are all? In this case, languages can be a format. What all are the 3 formats? Accepts XMR, accepts JSON, FHIR accepts turtle. Now the question can be, what is turtle? It is another format where you can define a resource. But what to define? It is again the specification. XML or JSON. It is a standard, a normal standard adopted by FHIR to represent the data model which is represented in the grid. We will learn how to read-write XML or JSON. That is the application, but most of the implementation works using JSON. The application, the person who is building the application, they prefer accepting the data in the JSON format because the reading and passing the JSON format is pretty easy than XML format because XML requires a schema, requires a XD file. Based on that SD file, you need to pass the data. That is where most of the requests which you will see. Even if I am performing a request for you in the Postman, it will be in the JSON format, but I will showcase how it can work in XM also. Now going back to how to read a specification. Over here, I will go to the structure. This is a patient resource. The top level will tell you what is the name of the resource. There are different flags given to each attribute. We will talk about a flag. There can be a flag. There cannot be a flag. We will talk about what all these flags means. Cardinality. This is the same concept we learn in HL7 If we look into this cardinality column is clear to us now. Now let's look into what is this patient. What all are listed here. This is the name of the resource. Any specification you open at the top level, it will tell you what is the name of the resource. Flag is telling you what is the maturity model. In this case for patient, this is the maturity model mentioned. These flags have different meaning. We will talk about it. Now these are the list of attributes just like within a segment. If you remember MS, H or PID, there are fields defined. Over here, within a resource, there are people call it attributes or elements. There are only two terms which I have heard. These are the attributes which are defined for the patient resource. Just like in PID segment, it is the fields which are defined for the specification for the PID segment. These are the list of attributes defined. Patient can hold identifier. What is identifier? We will learn about it. There is active. What is this active? A small description is also given, but sometimes it is not easy to interpret this information. For example, an identifier for a patient. Now, what is this active? It says whether the patient record is in active use or not. Any guesses when the record can be marked as inactive? When the patient is diseased. Perfect. Perfect. Or the other way around. When we found one implementation, it was a very custom implementation we did. The hospital told us that. Can you mark the patient resource as inactive if there is no patient visit happening from last 5 years? That is another case. They don't want that patient record to be marked as inactive, but basic idea is whenever I feel the patient is diseased. Diseased means patient is dead. Then the patient record is marked as inactive. Now this is name. This is telecom, gender, birth, dated, diseased. Now there is something known as diseased X. Over here the round. The square bracket X means an option. Now considering what this means. Wherever you find this X, here there is an attribute. I will just mark it, some attribute this, because this can happen to any attribute. Here you are seeing it for diseased. Here you are seeing it for multiple birth. What this X means? This X means that this is an optional. This is an option for the data type. Now, what is that option for the data type available? What FHIR says is they have given you two options. Whether you want to use diseased as Boolean. That means the end application will be receiving a true or a false based on the update for the patient diseased. Or the end application is expecting a date time. A date time when the patient is diseased. It is either of them. You cannot use both. Option is either of them. You cannot use both. I am repeating it again. You cannot use both. It is either of them. Now anybody who will tell me. Who will decide that whether a Boolean should be? Let's consider. We are doing an implementation. There is a source application. There is a destination application working on FHIR. On what basis? We will decide whether we need to pick Boolean or date time. There are two fields. One in this is HL7 I hope you still remember. This is a field in PID segment. 29 says. Let me show you one example. I'll just randomly create one thing. Let's consider this is. I am at the 29th field. It says the patient is diseased. 29 says date and time. I would add some 23. Is 724. What time it is morning 0.46. And some seconds it is. I will say 23 seconds. This is the time when the patient died. Now the next thing is identic indicator. I think this will hold your yes or no, true or false something. So now I will add patient is, that means yes. Correct. This is how you will receive some data from your source application. Now people can ask, this is message. Everything is there. I am just considering PID segment. If you receive something like this, you guys have to think on what basis you will decide. Now you have a date time also. You have a boolean also. Y will tell you. It is date time will tell you what time he died. Now on what criteria you will choose boolean or date time. A very basic question. On what basis? This depends upon the specification of the end application. What is end application? Target application will be expecting either of the format. It will either accept true or false. It will either accept a date time when the patient died. You need to know the specification of the end application. Based on that, you need to map the data from the incoming SEM. Now this is the address. Some address of the marital status. Some marital status. Multiple births. Now it is also on the same lines. Whether you considering twins were born or triplets were born, you can just say the end application can expect whether you are twins or triplets or more than one birth at a either the answer will be yes or then in that case it will be true or false. Multiple birth integer. Either the application is expect tell me the sequence. Whether you were the first one to born, second one to born, third one, fourth one, fifth one. What was your sequence number? Where you were born. This is the attachment data type. This is another flag. We will talk about it. Contact. Some contact. With respect to you. Your communication. What is your preferred language for communication? What you want to use? General practitioner. It is reference to the practitioner who has. It is a primary care provider. Actually, whom you want to talk. This is link. We will talk about link in some time. Because these are reference data types. This topic, 2 days later, we will talk about this thing. This is basic. This is basic. These are the list of attributes. Some cardinality. And we will talk about the data type. Some description. A very basic description about what that attribute actually means. The flags concept. A very interesting concept. A lot of question comes in the FHIR exam on these flags. What are the flags? Are there more flags? How can I rate more about this flag? Are there examples given? Let's look into it. The first flag. The patient resource. If you open, you find some sort of these flags. We will learn about these flags. The first flag. Summary flag. What FHIR says. If you see the patient resource, everything, even a single attribute, mandatory. Can you see? I am just scrolling from top to bottom. Even a single attribute. Mandate. This is mandatory. Only if you opt for link attribute. But link is also optional. What FHIR says is, FHIR says they think, in this case, there is org and the FHIR community who have created the standard. They think wherever you find a summation, those are the elements which are required. These are not required, which should be the part of a resource. When you are building that resource, do you have to mandatorily use it? Answer is no. If you don't have the data, don't use it. But it is good if you populate, identify. If you populate, tell us wherever you will find the summation symbol, the meaning of this submission symbol, it's an attribute which things should be available with the resource when you are this resource. Interesting. Before I to the next, I give you everything as optional. Make sure when you are transmitting the information application to the in data, the context of the data should be that it should make sense to the end application. It actually talking about how do we patient resource. You just have resource as patient, which will the application, the data is coming. Functional perspective with identifying patient because patient as which set application with everything optional. Please the attribute optional attribute is with specification which telling option popular resource constraints with root contain something reading did what whether should contact did take we right Even if there is no I present in the specification, you will find this box as blank. If there is a specification with the attribute I, you will find that constraint written. Over here, it was written for patient resource and it is for contact attribute. I will go back above. It is written for contact, which is I. Now, what is that rule? It is the same thing which is written here, but I still didn't understood. They have given algorithm in the functional English manner. Over here it says name should exist. What is this name? Here it says under contact either. This name should be present. You need to either populate it is either. Or now, the next is telecom should exist. Within contact either name or telecom. Or it says the address should be there or organization should be there. Address or organization. It is either of them. You can populate either of them. You can populate either of them, whichever you feel is correct for you. The next flag, interesting one. I just copied a sample resource from the examples given. From the example, I will talk about examples. I have just copied one order. This is the order message, and if you can see, the order is a CT chest scan. It is a CT scan which will be done on a patient. Let me do one more thing. I will just copy this and I will. Here, what I will do is I will add one more. I will just say MI scan. I'm not changing the codes. That is secondary. I will just to tell you what is the context here. Considering. There is one more status rate. What I have done is I have two orders. Now considering this diagram, there is a hospital information system where the doctor, this is the integration layer. And this is your laboratory. In this case, it is a radiology department because it is a scan. Let's consider hospital placed. When I say hospital, it is a provider who placed, let's say, order for a patient. Now what happened was, let's consider the first order which was placed is the MRI scan. The doctor wanted a MRI scan to be done on a patient. Sorry, the CT scan to be done on a patient, but by mistake, he sent order for a patient which says MRI scan. Now what this end application is doing? Let me just design one end application. This is your end application. This is the MN of the patient. This is the name of the patient. And this is only talking about what is the order placed for the patient over here. It will talk about MRI. You are with me here till now. Correct. This is a UI which radiologist will see, and he will see that there is something known as name. There is some known as MRN and there is a MRI scan. Now considering another order which is correct order placed for a patient. There is another name, same MMRN, and there is a CT scan which is placed onto the patient. And this order is correct order. This was incorrectly placed. Now the context over here is there is a flag. Let's go back to the flag. Now there is a flag which says question mark exclamation. Let's go back to Infosys notes. Question mark exclamation. What it means is this flag has a modifying property. Now what it actually means. Considering the paint diagram, what I have created, this was wrongly placed. But the end application, the radiologist, what he is using, he is only displaying the The data is already there in the CDR. It says entered in error. But the UI what is built? The UI what is built? It only shows the name of the patient. It shows the MRN of the patient and it shows the order which is placed for that patient. In this case, it is MRI and CT scan. But now, when the patient will go to the radiologist or the radiology department, the radiologist will perform two orders. One is MRI, another one is CT scan, but the expected one is only CT scan. What it actually means is if there is an attribute which has modifying property, end application should always consume and should display on the screen. What it means is now, if they have also marked the status here, then the radiologist would have not opted or not performed this test and it would have only done CT scan. And that is where the modifying flag comes into picture, that what FHIR says is it is good to populate. Modifying flag. Again, it is optional. It is your wish. You can populate, you cannot populate. Over here it is mandatory. You need to populate. Considering it is optional and you populate the attribute which is having modifying property with this flag. Now an application should always consume and utilize it in their application because that attribute has a modifying property. Did you understood with this example? Patient went to the doctor. Now, once the patient went to the doctor, patient tells the condition. These are my conditions that I have problems. Doctor will now, primary care provider will order a test. In this case, I am marking one test. Let's consider he wanted to order a CT scan. By mistake, he sent MRI scan. He sent the MRI scan. And then he found I sent it wrong. He ordered MRI scan. And then the doctor realized that I have entered a wrong order for a patient. And then he updated the order. But very important part, why I am focusing on this one. End application which is built, they are only displaying 3 columns from the entire payload. One is name. This is a vague example I am giving you. This is just to tell you what is that flag, name, medical record number, and what is that scan. This is a scan which is ordered. They will never know whether the scan was ever updated by the doctor. They are only picking the 3 attributes. Now, even considering now the doctor has corrected it to the CT scan. Now the doctor has corrected to the CT scan. This will create another row. What radiologist will see? There are 2 tests which are ordered by the doctor. One is this, one is this. This is placed by mistake, but as the end application who is built on top of the CDR. I think I have not explained what is the CDR. We will talk about CDR. This application is working on top of CDR and on the UA. They have only created or only populated 3 attributes from the entire payload what the source application is sending. What it means is if the end application is sending you a data model where the status has a question mark exclamation and it has modifying property, end application should consume it. What it means is if end application, considering this end application, a new one, this is the name, this is medical record number, status and test, that then for initially it will be marked as active because the doctor sent it correctly. Then the doctor found it is sent it incorrectly. He will send it. Enter it in error. This might be marked as inactive or entered in error. Then the doctor sent CT scan. Then when the patient will go to the radiologist, he will only find this is the only correct test which he has to perform. Then he will only perform a CT scan for the patient rather than performing an order which was sent by mistake. because the ended was the mistake of end application that they are not showcasing the entire data set. More probably the data who has the modifying property. Now was I clear? As I have already told you, FHIR resources can be written in XML or JSON or Turtle. I have no idea how to work with Turtle. Let me show you how it looks. I can just give you a heads up of how it looks, but I have never built and there is no implementation done on Turtle. As per my experience, there is no implementation done on Turtle. This is R4 if I go to patient resource. What FHIR has done is just to kickstart, just for you or new learners to kickstart. What they have done is they have given you examples. What that example means, they have given some JSON structures, XML structures and Turtle structures based on the specification. What is written here? Now the important part is whether they have populated all the attributes. Answer is definitely no. They have populated some of the attributes. For example, they are saying general person, example. If you want to see how the resource will look like in XML, the resource will look something like this in the XML format. I can teach you XML also. Preferred one would be the JSON. This is how it will look in the JSON format. This is your JSON because it is easy to read and end application does not need a schema to pass it. This is how the JSON looks like. If you want to see how Turtle looks like it's a dot operated format. Here, if you see this is they will declare, they will somewhere declare that it is a patient resource. It is a patient resource and now within patient it is a dot operator. Identifier is attribute. Now all of this is the index of 0, which means identifier is repeating. Index of 0 they are using uses attribute. What value they are using? What is the type they are using? Then there is a codable concept. This is how Turtle looks like. I will not teach you Turtle because my experience in Turtle is not that great. And I have not done any implementation in Turtle also. I will teach you XML or JSON. Most of the examples which I will be teaching you will be in the JSON format. That is where what we are going to do over here is let's do. Where is that? Notepad plus. Writing a JSON object. Now it is not a FHIR concept to writing JSON or writing XML or reading JSON or reading XML. FHIR has adopted it as a data model. Let's try to learn how do we write a JSON. Before we write it, there are a couple of concepts within JSON. The concept is something like this. Anybody who has worked on XML or JSON can tell me what is this. If we are using, it is a technical part. If we are using a square bracket, in technical term, what it actually means. It is array. And if we are using a flower bracket, what it actually means. It is an object. Now considering the last one, it would be straightforward. What it would mean. It is an array of objects. Beautiful. Now this same concept applies on FHIR also. Before we go in writing the specification from looking into the patient resource, let's just try to create a employee data. Two things the resource can. I think we can use the new plugin language J4, JSON. Your FHIR resource. Or let's talk about JSON. Your JSON can start with the object. we'll talk about two things. Your JSON can start with the object. When I say object, let me just copy these three things here. Your JSON can start with an object. Over here, I have created an object. Let's create a employee object. What employee object can hold employee name, employee ID, employee department? We'll use three or four attributes. Let's consider this is an employee object. What I am using is, I am using a name. We'll use that first as ID. Let's say it is Infosys. I am just using Info33. And now considering it can be a flat file. When I say flat file, one more point just to add before this. JSON language and for none. JSON is a key value pair. JSON is a key value pair. When I say JSON is a key value pair, what it means is there is a key. Key is always in double quotes. Value depends on the data type. Value depends on the data type. Now key is separated by value using a colon. This is the base concept. Now let's look into how we implement the same thing here. ID, I have written it's a string. If it is of string data type value, if value is string, then you have to put it into double quotes. That is why I have added double quotes here. Now considering if it is integer you can directly write into double quotes or without double quotes. That depends upon what is the end application expecting. Now let's consider age of the employee. Let's consider employee is 30. You can either put it in double quotes. That will be marked as string. Then end application should be also expecting it as a string. Now if you are marking it as 30, that means it is an integer. Now considering name. What we can do is we can write it as an object. You can definitely. There are ways to write. You can say Sahil, then test something. This is the first name, space, last name. But there is a way you can define the name in a better sequence. You can create name also as an object. Once you create name as an object, you can tell this is my first name. You can just use over here. I am saying Joe. Last name, then I will say Doe here. Now I will take another example, considering the telecom. A person can have more than 2 numbers. Then what you can use? Let's say, consider the key is telecom. Then, as I said, it is repeating, a person can have more than one telecom. It is array. There are two ways to write array. You can directly tell within this number that this is 2, 3, 5, 6. This is my first phone number. This is my second phone number. This is how you will tell the application that this is the first phone number or second phone number. But if you want to briefly define, and one more point, key cannot repeat within a JSON object. If you want to write another telecom object here, that is not possible. Now I am just commenting it. This is a comment now. If you consider this telecom, if you have to write it in a better way, you can create this telecom as an object. If you create this telecom as an object, you can use this is my home phone, and then you can put a value, some value. You can put this is my number, and then if you just repeat it, this is the repetition. This is the array of objects what we are doing. You can mention this is my office phone and my phone number is the 12334. Any questions? How did we write this? Or any questions on this? And one more point now. This is for one employee. Now, if this has to repeat for another employee and it needs to be an array of objects, what you need to do is, this is an object. You can start it with the square bracket, end it with the square bracket. Put a comma here and repeat this entire object for n number of employees. This is now a new employee, Tofred 34, age is 31, name is Do1, something and phone numbers you can change definitely. And this is how an array of objects, normal array is built up in JSON. This is nothing to do with FHIR. This is basics of JSON. And finally, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.